we can unmute the microphone and get ready to begin our broadcast. Twitch testing the chat and get ready to begin our broadcast. Okay, so Twitch works. How does YouTube working? YouTube, you working? To begin our broadcast. All right, YouTube's working. Music's just a little bit loud. Just dropped it down a little bit. All right. Let's adjust our camera. Add some rose to our cheek. All right. Let's get started. Y'all be so proud of me. I actually got something done yesterday. Managed to complete a YouTube short. Star Citizen for Noobs is having another episode. I also have breakfast, Jill. We also have a Star Citizen Live. I think it's Star Citizen, same difference, right? So I can pause that music and we can just get on with this. This is going to be like a 2-hour video. I know how everybody loves me reacting to videos.
Welcome to Star Citizen Live Tech Talk with Benoit Beausejour. I'm your host,
fried rice.
And if
for
you've
breakfast.
never seen Star Citizen Live before, lucky you. No, it's where we take usually about an hour out of our week and we chat with developers on these special shows that we do with our good friend, Chief Technology Officer.
This is like 2 hours long.
Swell guy, Benoit Beausejour. We usually
Benoit Beausejour. Hey, Using. Hey, Rofus. Hey, Marcus. Marcus Kincaid's here as well. So yeah, so we're talking with Benoit here, and it looks like we're going to be talking for a while. Like, holy shit, it's 2 hours and 44 minutes.
A bit longer. Last time we took 3 hours. The first time, the time before that,
we may just do an hour today and like do another hour tomorrow.
This time we're clocking in at about 2 hours because we have meetings that we have to go to at about 2 hours. So, yeah.
So good, this rice.
I'm running out of gas. What else do I do in the intro? Oh, I got to introduce the person. So, I've mentioned this person in Benoit Beausejour a few times. So let's go ahead and meet Benoit Beausejour. Benoit?
Hi.
Give it to us.
Hi.
Come on.
I have to say, I'm impressed with your pronunciation.
It's been
It's
a
while.
Years
now. No, but it
keeps
keeps getting better. No. Every time it's better.
Well, I practice privately.
There you go. I know. Thank you, everybody. Hi, everybody.
Tell everybody who you are and what you do for Star Citizen.
So I'm Benoit Beausejour. You want me to say it again or no? Okay, good.
No.
I am the Chief Technology Officer at CIG. So I guess the best way to describe it is if it has a computer chip in it, I'm kind of involved in a way. So I run the engineering teams.
There you go.
Star Engine Group, and I meddle with all areas of the game, trying to get us forward to our 1.0 release.
Meddle's a good word.
Yeah.
My blood sugar is weird or something. I can't see with my glasses. I'm seeing better without my glasses, so we're going to take off my glasses. Although I'm going to have to do the show like this. Now I can't see everything else, but I can see this. This is important. All right, so on these shows, on these special Tech Talk shows and everything, we are going to cover a variety of topics. So these topics have all been discussed ahead of time. We worked out. Benoit, as involved as he is with so many aspects of the game, still needs to be afforded the opportunity to check in with other directors and get updates on what they're doing and everything, so that we can provide you the most up-to-date and accurate information. So this will be a show that's less about taking questions from the chat or from the community, and more about just a very candid conversation about the current state of the game, the development, where we've been, where we are, where we're going, that stuff like that. So I've divided the show up at this point into sort of 3 things. I'd switch teams for Benoit. Oh, that wasn't in chat. I was just talking to myself. No, that wasn't chat. Send a DM after the show. That's not appropriate. So we're going to start the show with updates to existing endeavors. So this is the third one of these we've done. We've talked about a couple of things. So I'm going to update on a few of these topics that we've been covering through this before the second section where we get into some new things that we haven't discussed.
Cool.
So let's start with the biggest one, which is server meshing.
Yeah.
We're now a year on. We talked about it ad nauseum leading up to this thing.
Yeah.
Ad nauseum.
It's now been out a year. This is probably the last time we're going to talk about it for a while again until Dynamic comes, and we're not going to put any dates on that. So let's put the story of server meshing. Let's put a button on the story of server meshing.
Sure.
And I'll break it down into 4 sections. How's it gone? How's this last year been?
Well, so like if I recap, like almost same date last year.
Almost, yeah.
Was when we actually launched 4.0 and server meshing actually went to the live environment. And so, yeah, it's kind of the 1-year anniversary of the tech being available for all players. It's been surprisingly solid. I like to say that this way because it's a very large system.
Okay, surprisingly solid.
It has given us just good foundation for what we had to do last year in terms of the content drive that we've pushed forward, the performance improvements that we wanted to deploy. It was like we were expecting a lot more turbulence with the release of server meshing than we've had in.
Is that a dig at Turbulent? that company that CIG outsourced Starbreed to all those years ago that just kind of didn't go anywhere? Was okay. I mean, if you're really into the weeds in Star Citizen, maybe I shouldn't read too much into that statement.
In a year, it's been a very, very stable system overall, and so I would say, like, if I look back at the year, obviously there's always problems, with new technologies, but the server meshing itself has been very, very, very solid for us.
Okay.
So in the, quite frankly, years leading up to it, talking about it, it began to get this mythology that it was going to be this silver bullet, that it was going to be this one-stop fix that was going to fix so many issues. It didn't fix every issue in the world. It was never going to fix every issue. But I want to talk about what it has enabled for us in this last year.
Yeah.
So what are some of the benefits that we can draw a direct line from server meshing that we've experienced in the last year?
Well, like if you walk back to the Star Citizen experience before 4.0, so before server meshing got introduced, a server crashing, that was the end of your session, right? You would lose your ship, you would lose your cargo, everything would disappear. You'd have to reconnect,
Which is a nice thing.
restart
that
the
it did
client,
for us.
start over, right? I mean, anybody who's lived through the first years of development of the project know how intense this was, right? And so the first thing that server meshing brought us is server recovery. And so because of the fact that the replication is separated from the simulation, when a game server crashes, which is where most of the crash risk exists, well, the state of the replication is still good. So we just tell you, hey, we're getting another server, you stay there, and when it comes back, we can recover exactly where you were. You don't lose your ship, you don't lose your cargo, you don't lose your materials. And I think that's been a very, very big, it's a kind of the unsung hero feature of server meshing. It helps with engagement, playing longer sessions, finishing missions. And so for me, that's like one of the big
It's inconveniencing when it happens, but
it's with server meshing.
It's better than just losing everything.
On top of that,
to a server
we
crash.
did have some crash isolation, to be clear, in 324 and before, right? But what server meshing really brings also on top of that is crash isolation. So if a server is in charge of the Crusader area and he's the one running into issues, then only that area is affected. And so the player who's, bounty hunting in Pyro or something like that, he's completely safe from this crash. And that just, the perceived stability has increased a lot based on that. On top of all the work we've done to prevent servers from crashing in the first place, but just this whole setup has made the game a lot more stable in that sense. So that's just the kind of meat and potatoes of what meshing has brought us. But the key bit it brought us also is much larger player counts. And so we used to be limited to 100 players per server, which had the whole universe to simulate. Now we've got a series of servers
Space Nuts.
simulating the universe.
Nice to see you there.
We oscillate between caps of 600, 700, 800. We're still experimenting going higher with this, depending on multiple factors. That cap changes for the moment. But just the fact of having more players in the same shard means you can have an event where 200 people show up at one.
Yeah, you can have an event where 200 players show up and your frame rate turns to ass as a result. I remember the Hunt the Polaris event they had recently, and they had a bunch of Idrises lasering that Polaris, and man, I couldn't do a goddamn thing. Frame rate was so low.
Area. Surprisingly enough, we've also discovered things through this, that sometimes game servers actually perform better with more players in one area than one server simulating the whole universe would, because he has less entities streamed in, and now it's all about updating the components in that area. So we've seen certain events.
If you
players
insist,
always find a way to,
I don't know about that.
Organize something that should be a problem. But there was a 400 player party in one of the bars on New Babbage, and we looked at the server performance through that, and it was actually very, very decent. And so we expected the full meltdown, but it was actually good. And so that enables that experience, right? Obviously, there's a million other problems to solve for this.
Firefly, you'll be so proud of me. I got another Star Citizen for Noob short done yesterday. It's up on the Patreon. Let's see, do I have a button there? There's the Patreon. It's up on the Patreon right now for anybody who is a subscriber. It should be live on YouTube in a little while. I think I have it set for tomorrow. But I finally got that done and out. So that's one of the reasons why I wasn't streaming yesterday, because I wanted to get that was so close to being finished that I wanted to get it done yesterday. Like I said, like the New Year's resolution this year is to get more YouTube stuff done. I still have to get that Clipper video done, which is probably what we'll be working on when we're done streaming today. And I still have a bunch of Star Citizens for Noob ideas sitting on the side. You can't see it, but there's notepads, those sticky notes sitting on the side of my monitor with a bunch of ideas I need to get finished.
To be a really good experience, but from a server meshing point of view, that was a big win.
You've got a 500 player meetup coming. I just saw something.
I know, it's like that becomes a kind of common thing, and we love it because that's exactly what the tech is meant to enable. And then obviously the two other things that meshing has brought us this year is 2 new solar systems.
Yep.
And so for years we'd been
1.25. I'm going to correct you there, Benoit. We got Pyro. I'll give you Pyro. Nyx is supposed to have 3 planets, a city, and a couple jump points. You guys have the city and a couple of jump points. No. It's not a complete solar system. So I'm gonna go ahead and correct him on that one.
Stuck in Stanton, expanding the Stanton system, more POIs, more planets, more things, and now suddenly we were able to branch into Pyro, which was everybody at CIG was really looking forward to that. It was internal tension at when are we gonna launch this thing? I've been working on this for a long time, and so that was really a relief to be able to get players to cross the jump gate. So the jump gate technology obviously comes with meshing. And so expanding into 2 systems in 1 year.
Being able to add Pyro in January. The tech preview was December the year before, but it went live in January, and then next goes live in November, same year. It's this the most common question. We've been doing this for a long time now.
Yeah.
Forget other
we
places.
have.
We've been doing it just here for a long time. And one of the most common persistent questions is about the pace of development, and people have been waiting very long for certain things, justifiably so. And we always
is always the question.
We've always maintained that its development kind of works on it builds, it builds, and you get more efficient after you build the tools, after you build the foundations. Stuff like this, it gets more efficient. You can do more later on. This year, because of server meshing, we were able to kick out 2 star systems, and
1.25.
We're still expanding on Nyx. Every patch this year will expand Nyx.
I know, right?
Even more.
They don't answer win questions.
It's the one in March is looking to expand a bunch of the service stations and our first big content drop, which I'll go ahead and say right now is supposed to be Rock Cracker. If you watched what was it called, CitizenCon Direct. me and names. You can learn more about that, but we're currently working towards that as our March release, and then on, just continuing to build out Nix until I think in the Road to 1.0 presentation at CitizenCon 2 years ago now, a year and a half ago, Rich Tywer acknowledged that Castra would be our next system whenever that comes online. So it's just this technology.
What does that mean? It's unlocked the capabilities to do what
we can actually start to deliver so many of these things that we've been talking about and working on behind the scenes. Instancing has some role in that.
Absolutely. Yeah, completely. There's one more thing that server meshing brought us that's not negligible, is a very substantial gain of performance on the game servers in general. So like 324.
Hey, Wild Volus. Happy Friday to you.
We're running, we had a very low bar for acceptance on FPS for game servers because we just had to deal with so much.
Space Nuts on YouTube asked, do you see Squadron 42 coming out this year? I fucking hope it comes out this year. I mean, I don't know. Like, they haven't been talking much about Squadron 42. You think we'd see, if Squadron 42 was supposed to come out this year, you think we'd see a little bit more marketing from CIG. So I'm kind of worried in that regard. This is they told us it was going to be this year sometime, probably around Christmas maybe, and you think they'd want to start talking about it. I don't know. Oh, people took every answer to one question that was a covenant contract written in blood. Yeah, I mean, that's just the community, hindsight 2020, right, Firefly? Everybody wants to know when things are going to get done. And CIG says, oh, we're thinking about this time. I mean, a lot of it came down to, like, CIG, like, doing the roadmap, for example. They announced salvaging coming out in... I fucking... Don't I have that goddamn picture on my hard drive somewhere? Of like salvaging coming out forever. Salvaging has been releasing forever. Here it is. Yeah, CIG releases a fucking roadmap update. This was like before the roadmap update. This was like Gamescom 2016. For like 3.2, then 3.3, salvaging was in there. Where was it? Fucking repair bots are supposed to be in 3.3. Repair bot, repair ship, fuel collection, service beacon, refuel. Repair, scanning straps, salvaging machine. I don't see salvaging here. There's repair ships, repair bots. Refuel collection. Oh, salvage, there it is. Dipshit. 3.0, and then it was moved. Then it was moved again. And then it was moved again to 4.0. Then it was moved again. And then it was moved again. And then it just took it. And then they just took it off the roadmap. Remember when 4.0 was supposed to be like sometime in 2019 or something, 2020? And then everybody was like balking because like 4.0 should be the next solar system. So they renamed 4.0 to like 3.15 or some shit. But yeah. This is kind of the problem we have with Star Citizen, where they release a roadmap and everyone's like, what's going on with salvaging? What's going on with salvaging? What's going on with salvaging? That's one of the reasons why the roadmap is such shit now.
Nowadays, like server FPS is magnitudes higher, so that it actually allowed some of the content we've already produced actually shine because it was working properly. And so that's because servers have less to simulate. We can optimize their workload. We've also reduced we've talked about this before, but we've reduced the size of the game servers because they just have to simulate one area. And so overall, meshing has improved server performance by... So
could we do Siege Orison again and actually have it work right? Have dudes not spawn on the fucking floors?
Yes, Chet.
Somehow?
My head is not smaller. My hair is just bigger. It was very windy and rainy today, and it's just whatever. No, I haven't had a dye job. It's grayer than it's ever been. No, we are not taking questions from chat, but I will comment on every one of you commenting on my appearance.
He looks like he's lost some weight. Looks like he's lost a little bit of weight.
So that's static server meshing. We know the next big stage of server meshing is dynamic. What can you tell us, if anything, about that?
Well, so the dynamism in the mesh,
Dynamism?
right? Dynamism,
Dynamism?
I guess. So we're running out of words internally to define what the next step of server meshing is. Currently, we're working on quasi-dynamic server meshing, which is we're trying to iterate on the static mesh, right, to bring it so that if an area is empty, right, and nobody's there, we can spin down a server, and if people go to that area, we can spin up a server. To achieve all this, all of the mechanics required for a full dynamic mesh need to be there. So like mass authority transfer between servers, because when a server goes out, and it has X amount of entities that it currently has authority over.
To give all those
it needs to give that
server
to another one, and that obviously you don't want that process to lock up the parent server. So that whole mechanism is what we're working on at the moment. In fact, we've done over the break. The team has actually reached a milestone. We were able to run with our internal testers a test of quasi-dynamic server meshing internally, so that's good. I mean,
it's a thing.
It's the first test, so
it's definitely a thing.
Rough, but it basically requested, I think, 200 servers to run the mesh. That was a little bit of a but yeah, our ops teams, Ahmed specifically, I got a call from Ahmed immediately. But anyway,
so wait, you've been calling it quasi-dynamic, and I've been trying to workshop a new name for you, and I've just got a little bit of dynamism. But so you did your first test of this quasi-dynamic, like, hey server, you try to determine how much you need, and the first thing it did was ask for 200 more servers.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
yeah,
a
little bug in the assignment system, but
that sounds like human nature.
Correct. So that's what we're working on right now. That's the next step for.
Oh my God, what was that? What was that show? The Network or something? Where it was like Son of Anton or something. I'm trying to remember the name of the show. It's trying to blank. Instead of Anton orders too much beef. What was it? Silicon Valley. Guilfoyle's AI. Yeah, this fucking clip. Reminds you of this clip from Silicon Valley.
Ticketing module.
It's gone.
It's gone.
What do you mean gone?
For some reason, Guilfoyle deleted the whole thing a few minutes ago.
What?
Yeah.
Guilfoyle?
Yes, Richard, I'm aware. The drone dispatching code has been deleted, and I'm working very hard to restore the right version.
Whoa. Drone code? Gabe just told me that the ticketing module got deleted.
Ticketing too? Fuck, that's problematic. I'll get on that next.
What the fuck is going on?
Based on the amount of work left to do and the number of hours left before the festival, I decided to task Son of Anton to use machine learning to debug some of our code.
What? Guilfoyle, are you fucking kidding me? You gave your AI permission to overwrite code in the internal file system? Were you gonna tell me about this?
No. I thought that was the company policy these days.
Okay, well, your AI just failed epically.
That's unclear. It's possible that Son of Anton said that the most efficient way to get rid of all the bugs was to get rid of all the software, which is technically and statistically correct. But artificial neural nets are sort of a black box, so we'll never know for sure.
We'll never
Richard,
know for sure.
Did you order meat? Like a bunch of meat? Like 4,000 pounds of meat?
Interesting. I put Son of Anton on finding us cheap hamburgers for lunch. It looks like the reward function was a little underspecified.
Just
Okay, from now on,
4,000 pounds of beef. The reward function was a little underspecified, folks.
It looks like the reward function was a little underspecified.
Son of Anton is banned. Just write code like a normal human fucking being, please.
Hey, Guilfoyle, so I've been thinking about your AI and its many deficits. I think Son of Anton's issue might be how it's handling reward uncertainty.
Your issue may be insecurity masked by false bravado and unisex cologne.
Fuck off. It's not unisex.
All the fucking beef. This reward function was a little underspecified. It asked for 2,000 servers. Or what the fuck? What are we doing? We're watching this shit. But yeah, when they were talking about it, ordered 200 servers and it made our server guy sweat a little bit. Anyways, Commander Total Lot of Demon, welcome. Nice to see you. You watched it an hour ago. Spoilers, full wipe not coming. Yeah, I saw that I was talking on Reddit yesterday while I was working, in between bouts of working on my goddamn video. People were like, no wipe confirmed by Benoit. Here's the timestamp. All right. Space Nuts on YouTube asks, server meshing brings the ability for the dynamic comedy you used to talk about, right? I can't wait for my whole C to be useful. No, it doesn't. So server meshing we already have, and there's Void Wolf. Hey, Void Wolf, see you. Server meshing is something we already have, and the whole C is actually kind of useful. I don't know. I haven't flown a whole C in a while. Can you actually use the damn thing for anything? Because I remember for a while there was like bugged. You couldn't dock, you couldn't load cargo, you couldn't unload cargo. There's this weird song and dance you had to do just to get cargo off the damn thing so you can use it again. But what we really need for a dynamic economy is more solar systems. Like more than 3. More than 2 and a quarter. Probably when they get the 5 solar systems in, we'll probably have like a little bit better economy. But even then, like the economy is going to change dramatically as they start spinning up more and more solar systems. So in theory, we could do that. We could do the whole dynamic economy like right now with just a, you know, if CIG wanted to really knuckle down and actually get like a dynamic economy going, they could do it. The problem is like they need this weird back-end tech. What was like the Quanta system they showed off with Tony Z over 2 years ago at CitizenCon. I would say maybe 3 to 4 years. But that was just like a background simulation for like NPCs. Like I said, they could do most of that stuff right now. But we already have server meshing. We really don't have a dynamic economy because you should be able to interdict like virtual NPCs to like, you know, loot their holes and whatnot. I don't know. What they're talking about right now is dynamic server meshing, which is the mega evolution of server meshing if you play Pokemon. Void Wolf used the whole C for Levski, mission filter cargo to spawn when it was halfway done, offloading to the exterior cargo. Then it spawned in a large hangar and glitched. So does it still do the stupid thing where like it spawns in a hangar and like it's still unfurled, the whole C? I guess I don't own one. I haven't tried flying one in a long time, so I don't know how bad it is. Mecha server. What was that? Oh, anybody remember that old ass meme from like StarCraft 2, where they managed to get all the fucking buildings to like Terran buildings to like morph together? What was it called? Mechatron or something? Terratron. This fucking thing. This was a joke unit. This is when Commander Totally Demon mentions like combining buildings together to make like
hell. It's morphin' time.
This is what I think of. All the servers are gonna merge together to create one mega server.
We are more than meets the eye.
It's meshing time.
Merged for rampage. Terratron, terrorize.
There we go. Just merge all the servers together to make one gigantic mega server.
Towards the full dynamic mesh, right? Obviously, the goal with the dynamic mesh, just to recap it, is that instead of having a subdivision that we
I'm sorry, let's back up a little bit because I got distracted.
So that's what we're working on right now. That's
what are they working on?
Human nature?
Correct.
You know,
A little bug in the
it did was ask for 200 more servers.
There we go. 200 more
exactly.
servers.
Yeah.
You know,
200 more
Little bug in the
servers.
assignment, system,
It-
but
that sounds like human nature.
correct. So that's what we're working on right now. That's the next step towards the full dynamic mesh, right? Obviously, the goal with the dynamic mesh, just to recap it, is that instead of having a subdivision that we pre-make in advance, like currently, every patch we look at the territory assignment, is what we call it, of like what's coming. Like, oh, we have an event at this place, and most players are going to go to this system, and so we adjust the mesh, right? And
You have to manually adjust the
sometimes
mesh
we get it wrong.
every patch.
And it's a very manually intensive process, and we don't want to keep doing that. So the goal with the dynamic mesh is to be able to just adapt to where the players are, the cost of the location they're in, to be able to provision compute dynamically up and down. So there's also the unfortunate cost equation in this, right? The current static mesh will always provision the server for every territory that's configured. And so there's a little bit of savings we can go and get there. But more importantly, the dynamic aspect of it is to be able to always make sure that the proper compute is available for players when they're in an area doing something, right? So that's the goal.
Chat's debating whether the servers have actually achieved AGI and have played the game. And they're just like, we've played the game. Give me 200. Besides server meshing,
Yes, besides server meshing.
Last year was coined as the year of playability.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we've just backdoored a whole bunch of playability improvements that server meshing, which dropped last year, enabled. So we've had all of those improvements last year that made the game far more playable than it was in any previous year. But that phrase has been used, it's weaponized, it's thrown back every once in a while, every time somebody encounters any kind of bug whatsoever. So I want to talk, and that's not entirely unfairly, because everybody's bug that they're encountering is the most important bug in the universe at that given moment, and that one is not resolved because they're encountering it. I want to talk a little bit more about what we did gain last year. So it's whether that's the transit system stuff, the 30Ks finally being killed, the creatures and boss fights and stuff. When you tell me, how did our year of playability go in your head?
Well, so I think that,
oh boy,
obviously coming from the server meshing improvements, there was also some failings at the beginning of the year where we saw, transit became a very big problem. That's an example of a
Only
system.
because we tried to use it.
Or tried to serve you, but badly. But that's an example of a system that was built years ago that wasn't properly scaled over time. And so when you added dynamic gateways for the transit system plus the meshing situation, that became a really problematic system. And so that was, I think, the first order of business once we launched 4.0 was like, we need to really take action on transit. And so we talked about this last year, but we did create the Transit Heroes Group.
Transit Heroes
which
Group.
Was a coalition of volunteers. Well, they got volunteered.
We got voluntold.
Yes,
I was going to make that joke.
To come and give a bit of oversight on this, to look at the system to see, okay, what do we need to actually, have stable elevators and trains and, make sure that that's always available. Because the traversal of the game, if that doesn't work, then the game doesn't work at all, right? If you can't take an elevator to get out of the habs, then,
you've got 20.
good luck, right? So the Transit Heroes team, I think, has done
I think it should just have like a chute or something, right? You have a chute the player climbs into, and then it just drops them down the building, and then they just like appear. This is why a lot of games don't do elevators. They just teleport you places. Because it's a giant pain in the ass to actually have an elevator move, apparently. I remember We have a former CIG developer that shows up on my stream every so often, and he was responsible back in like 3.0 or something when the first it was like the first transit elevator system. Yeah, it was about 3 when we got hangars. Yeah, Futurama tubes. There you go. Void Wolf, you got it. When was the first elevator? First elevator was Levski. So yeah, 3.0, 3.1. They wanted this guy to like make the entire elevator system, the elevator transit system. I think he was also responsible for like building part of the transit system for Lorville as well. And he hated it. He actually wanted to build gameplay, like actual guns and shooting and stuff, and ramping cars off jumps and doing flips and shit, juggling chainsaws on trampoline. He didn't particularly care for like building this really boring ass elevator system. And yeah, so it seems like this is a lot more complicated than everybody realized back back then. Right? Like this whole elevator system. Like we're still fucking with this goddamn transit system. 3.0 was the 2017, 2018, like December 2017, January 2018, and we're still fucking with this goddamn thing. Like 8 years later, we're still having problems with this piece of shit. Firefly, I realized it was complicated. Yeah. Like I said, there's a reason why a lot of games just don't do what CIG's doing. Because you have endless problems that hang you up. I know, right? 3 fucking years, just nothing but elevators. And they're still fucking with the goddamn elevators. They're still fucking with the goddamn train system. How hard is it to get a goddamn train to run on a spline? And make it and make it stay on that fucking spline? Well, if you keep fucking updating the goddamn surface of your goddamn planets and you nudge the splines, I've actually discovered how hard it is. Fucking with the tracker in DaVinci Resolve, watching that son of a bitch. I was doing some tracker experiments the other day in DaVinci Resolve, and I just want to track like a piece of photography as I'm zooming out. Right, I just want to keep the thing on this piece right here. There's a piece of the scene that I just want to track, right? And for some reason, the tracker will like start. It'll track fine as I start zooming out. Then it'll like jump over here, and then it'll jump over here, and then it'll jump like oscillate really fast like here. Then it'll start tracking properly, and I'm just like, what the fuck was that all about? Give an NPC train a hat. Like everybody gives Bethesda shit, right? But if no one ever fucking told you how that train works, it was fucking amazing, right? So also there's also another interesting thing about Bethesda. So they had mannequins in like Skyrim in order to put you could loot armor from like dungeons and whatnot. You'd kill a boss or something, a human NPC, a boss NPC, and you're like, oh boy, that was a really hard fight. I want to like preserve the memory of this fight by collecting his armor and like putting it up in my stuff. I'll be doing defense missions, Dirty Grumpy, a little bit later. Probably watch this for like the next 45 minutes, try to get to an hour, and then we'll watch the rest of it tomorrow. So they had mannequins, and instead of creating like a new entity for mannequins, they're like, well, we already have characters that can mount armor. Why don't we just create a new race called the mannequin race? And then we disable all the animations on the mannequin race and we pose it. And then you can just, because like our NPCs can mount any armor we want in the game without any trouble. So we'll just create a new NPC race called the mannequins, made out of wood. And Bethesda was having bugs where you'd have mannequins in your house, and you would leave your house and you come back, and all the mannequins would just be had moved around the house. But you come back to your house, and the mannequins would be like in different places and different poses and whatnot. And it was like super creepy when you realized that was happening. Or the mannequins would actually start breathing and whatnot. They'd actually like get like idle NPC animations. And it was because Bethesda just created like a new race of characters, and they just disabled almost all of the animations on that race. But it's quite clever. Instead of having to create like this whole new prop or something that actually you can actually equip armor to properly, there's like, oh, we already have something like that. It's, it's just the NPCs. Well, they could wear armor. Let's just paralyze those sons of bitches and like make them statues. A terrifying feature. But normally elevators and trains go from zone to zone. It means you can clear a bunch of stuff out of memory, load your stuff into memory. That's basically what the elevators are in Star Citizen. They're there to allow you to stream out the place you came from and stream in the place you're going to. That's why it takes so fucking long for elevators to. Hey, Elotons. Nice to see you. And of course, like the transit system. For like New Babbage, I noticed the New Babbage train's really bad. Lorville one's bad too, where you're doing the roller coaster and it's like it doesn't even stay on the tracks. It just kind of goes where the fuck. That's probably the spline just being like automatically generated. What fixes it, they probably have to go in and like manually adjust all this, like I had to do with the tracker the other day. That was one of the things that was fucking me over so hard yesterday, was figuring out how to get that tracker to work right. It could be it's temperamental. So you have to go in, you have to delete like nodes that are like obviously like really far off. And you have to manually put nodes in that are proper. Like this one over here. We don't need this. So we're going to make a new node here manually. We're going to delete all the nodes over here. We're going to put a manual node over here. Then it's going to make the transition really smooth. They are fixed. That's probably what CIG has to do every fucking time they have a big patch. Exactly. Honestly, Firefly, I was perfectly fine. With you climbing into an elevator carriage back in like 3.0 for Levski, and the elevator carriage just makes a bunch of noise at you and then teleports you to the destination after a few seconds. I was perfectly fine with that. I did not need to have the elevator carriage actually move. I didn't need that. That is completely unnecessary. But for some reason, Chris Roberts is like, no, bro. We have to have the elevator move from wherever this is to wherever that is. Exactly. It was not a problem in my mind that needed to be solved either. But a lot of people on the forums were complaining that it was pretty noticeable that the teleportation happened. And now the elevator just moves you through solid objects. There was a point back in 3.0 or before was it for 3.0 or before the release of 3.0? I don't know. There's Jassel Newpar. I don't remember if I said hi to Jassel Newpar, but I'll say hi to you. I don't know what he's wearing. It could be a Memorex shirt. I don't know. I think it was before the release of 3.0. CIG was fucking around with the idea of having actual tracks that the elevators ran on. And I think there was a video, or at least a clip, running around of Star Citizen. Of the actual elevators running on the tracks. Running on actual... There was going to be physical tracks that the elevator was going to run on, and the elevator was actually going to move through the player space. And that idea was abandoned pretty quickly because of how much level design that was going to take. It was just a waste of fucking time. But I remember seeing player elevators like for Levski with the track system, and it was just like, bro, that's just the most worthless waste of time. I know, right? The juice is just not worth the squeeze, guys. Just don't bother. Okay, let's keep going.
Fantastic job. they haven't re-engineered the system in that strike team, but they really focused on self-healing strategies, right? If a manager loses a carriage for some reason, for any reason, well, just create another one and get this thing rolling, right? Now they couldn't.
Hopefully nobody's on that carriage when they lose it. Goes to the fucking Twilight Zone. Yeah, make sure the carriage isn't occupied before you just delete it. That would be really inconvenient.
Fix in this effort, they couldn't rebuild the system. There was fundamental flaws in how it was engineered for server meshing support, and so. But at least they got it into working condition. So I do think, like, if you look at the game now, transit is no longer the big problem it used to be, right? Like, it actually functions when you need it. Now,
does it function when you need it?
It fixes itself, right? So it's still getting in a weird state, but it fixes itself. So, we've done more about this, and we'll talk about it later.
And we're building the transport system.
Correct.
Concurrently.
Yeah, absolutely.
So while this team is repairing the transit system, we're building a new bespoke transport system.
Right. So transport is basically the fix for this.
Yeah.
Like
Star Transport. We didn't call it
transport.
We didn't name it like Star Transport or something.
When we talk about what's fun.
Yeah.
So what else did we get last year?
Well, I got a list here that I worked out a little bit with Jens just to gather up because the game is so big. So
I'm gonna limit you a little bit on this time. You've got.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you 5 minutes.
You got
5 minutes.
I'm being time boxed
because we do want to get to the new exciting hotness.
I'll go
first. This is important.
Okay. So. We talked about 30K protection.
Look at my clock app.
Okay,
here we go. Sorry.
Go for it. Go. You should be a producer. Okay, 30K protection, transit improvements, right, to make it stable. A stable tech base for the content teams. What doesn't show is that to achieve the content we shipped in 25, we actually froze a lot of the technology to give the content teams a stable base to work off.
We froze it in Carbonite.
A bit more of a mayhem. So we did that. As we built all of this content last year, so a monthly patch was a very heavy cadence.
10 patches last year.
Yeah.
Even I could tell you guys that was going to be brutal.
I think that what's really cool is that we've built kind of a library of locations and events that if you start playing Star Citizen today, there's that to do, right? It's like that. We never had that before. Like a real set of locations that have like a full-on storyline to follow. So that's really cool. In these locations, we're able to ship some new creatures. So a lot of new creatures and boss fights. So we had the first couple boss fights this year, with Yormandi, Stormbreaker. So that's like a brand new, design discipline for us to design boss fights for multiplayer elements. So that's new. Spawn in Hangar is something that we've actually been able to enable this time. So we tried to enable it in end of 24, and that was a bit of a disaster. 25 now, Spawn in a Hangar is there. So if your hangar is available, you spawn directly there. That's actually a very large quality of life improvement.
Yeah, took you guys long enough.
Not having to go to the Habs is fantastic.
Not having to start in the Habs.
Weather in key locations, including some of those big hero locations we talked about. We're hoping to do more, but for now, it actually is there.
People were asking for that shit since like hangars were first introduced with Lorville.
About this. Jump gates, which is a whole, a game on its own. The way it functions is actually super interesting. As you're going through, the zone is moving, and you're moving within the zone. It's really a fun system to go through. So that's in. We fixed the goddamn bounty beacons. Which is one of the coolest loop in the game. I love it. And, that was obviously not working. So now we've actually got them to work again, which is a big win. Quantum Interdiction was in the same bag where now with a server mesh,
your hangar jump track for the Great Cat Buggy
was kind of difficult. So
you can just build one.
It was an interesting one. We had to actually build systems to allow that because not every server has a view of the entire shard anymore. And so in order to interdict cross-server, you needed to have a special tech to do that. That fixed also quantum linking. Now, routing is still, there's still issues, right? It's getting there, but at least there's been some quality of life improvements on that side that we've done this year. Freight elevator, ongoing.
We'll have a whole section on freight elevator.
But there's been a lot of, if throughout the year, freight elevators have received tons of
compared to where they started when we attempted to
Yes.
when we push them to the forefront for an event, and
Correct.
yeah, compared to where we started.
Yeah,
But
I remember that.
We talked about server FPS and stability from the meshing and the cleanup. that
Jakar
we've
would
put
like
in
his.
place.
I would like for you to have your merchantman as well.
Also, we've
Jakar.
pushed at the middle of the year. It came for you guys at the end of the year, but actually we merged it at the middle of the year. But a whole new tech base, including at least a year of graphics update, including Vulkan, coming into the game now. That was what will allow us this year to do some pretty large changes as well. The first weaponized mech, so the Atlas ICT came in, so that's also a really big boost. We still don't know if it's a vehicle. John Crew and I have this ongoing feud. He says it's not. I say it is.
You're dipping into content here. I'm not going to let you count the. I'm not going to let you count the.
I mean, the form of locomotion is irrelevant. It's a vehicle, something you ride in.
The jump jets were a feature, I suppose.
There you go.
The jump jets were a feature. So I'll give you half credit for the ICT.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will take that. Comms notification got a big facelift. That's something that we want to use a lot more of, and so we needed the proper tech to be able to render that properly, and not just the quip lines, which you need more immersion than that. So that was actually a pretty big thing with facial animations and tracking, and so that's in there. And then cross shard progress for events. So what powered a lot of the content this year was a new service in the background of the game called the scenario service, which whether you're doing clean air or the resource drive last year, the cross shard progress of these events is tracked by the scenario system, and so that's how we were able to.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense.
About, how many
if you have no one server, if you have no one server in charge of everything, how do you complete an event, or how do you make progress on an event? You could be hooked up to a completely different server, so that server has to report to a centralized service that tracks your progress depending on what server you're connected to, and you can be connected to a bunch of different servers all over the place.
That's a pretty good list. You just got it says 502.
Yes.
Look at that.
On time.
And you didn't even mention item recovery.
No, I did not.
Didn't mention item recovery. And there was one other that I had until I got distracted by my own clock.
It's all a blur.
I got distracted by my own clock. Basically, it's hard. Let me think about how I want to say this. If you've been watching this show long enough, you know that I'm not above taking a section, in this case 5 minutes of the section, to basically go through some talking points that I want, that I think are important, that I think people want to hear. We have had things like the year of playability thrown back at us in comms, and when you see, I tune into a Twitch stream or YouTube stream, and and somebody gets a very frustrating experience. I was looking at experience of somebody, just going to town with their whole C, and they went through a jump point, and it took them trying to go to one system, it kicked them back out to the next system, and then the thing crashed, and then they got back in, and the spindles they tried to open the spindles, but the spindles were closed, or looked closed, but they were actually open. So they were in the wrong state. Tried to get refueled. Tried to go to refuel. The refuel thing wasn't working, and then stowed the ship and spawned the ship, and it didn't come back on the docking port. It came back in their hangar full of cargo, and it's like this. It's like,
yeah, Jared,
we acknowledge that.
Yeah,
I'm sitting here saying we acknowledge those things.
Shit sucks.
But there was so many massive improvements last year. You used an analogy last time we did with this about I think it was the big freight container, the big giant Suez Canal shipping things that you don't just turn the direction around. You don't just spin the wheel and suddenly you're facing a new direction. It takes time to move these things, and the efforts of
you've been hearing this shit for almost 13 years now. It just never changes. Here we go. It takes time to make perfection. The last 10% takes 90% of the effort. Come on, Jared, let's whip out that old chestnut.
Your teams and the people under you, these strike teams, these hero teams as you call them, to turn that ship, this ship that we call the persistent universe, around in the last year has been phenomenal. If I'm allowed to have a personal opinion, being the shill for the company that I am, has been phenomenal. We haven't gotten everything. We haven't gotten everything. We still got another year. We still got another year. We still got another year. The work continues.
Just endless work.
It's my show, and I wanted to take 5 minutes to acknowledge the tremendous work of those teams. And a whole lot was accomplished last year, in addition to the amazing content work. You know, I said 10 patches, and I realized we actually had 11 because we kicked engineering out.
Yeah.
We kicked engineering out in December, so there's actually 11.
Which is, engineering is just another health bar that your power plant has. After you deplete the armor health bar, after you deplete the hull health bar, the next health bar you have to chew through is the power plant. That's all engineering really. Oh, there's fire, but I hardly ever see fire. Actually, I never see fire unless I'm intentionally trying to trigger it.
Patches, 11 patches in 12 months is pretty crazy. So you allow me to have a moment, to have some time to sit there and sing the praises of those people, because I've seen where we were, and I know where we are.
I've seen where we were.
Much better place now. Still,
It's just
back
the beginning of the
still
term.
places to go.
Yes.
That scenario I just described was like,
Skip.
Tickets to people, and they would, find the fastest way to solve it.
I'm getting kind of sick of Jared Huckabee glad-handing the efforts of CIG right here. Just get on with the fucking interview.
And now we're kind of work as a team with the teams in quality assurance that are basically the arbinger. Like, no, it's not fixed. I can still repro, right? And these guys have been going through a systematic approach for it. I think that's paid off a bit,
If you insist, Benoit.
Yeah.
If you insist.
not always, but
You guys have. I thought we were your
And
testers.
In this case, we've definitely gotten better. There were some big changes to internal infrastructure and stuff in the last year or two, and we're seeing the results of that stuff.
Yes. When you can't actually make any real progress, reorganize. Right. If you want the illusion of progress without having to put any effort in, you just reorganize the company. That's what you do. You just change everyone's titles. You're no longer like tech support. You're now an assistant associate developer or some shit. A new org chart. That's what this company needs. That was a fucking Dilbert joke back when Dilbert was like in the Sunday comics. That's how old that joke is.
All right. So now let's go into some specific updates here. So let's talk about the transport system. We don't need to talk about transit so much anymore. The transport system is what will one day replace this thing. I've heard talk about there being a tech preview of it soon. Mm-hmm. Talk to me about the transport system.
Well, so transit was problematic, wasn't designed for server meshing. And so transport is a complete rebuild of the transit system, but using more server meshing native approaches for how different pieces are going to manage elements that are streamed out and streamed in. Mm-hmm. We're also moving away from some previous misconceptions that were put into the transit system. For example, one of them was responsible for trains going into space. We don't want trains to go into space. So
I mean,
well.
I mean, it is Star Citizen. Why wouldn't you want a train to go into space? Why not? I mean, like, maybe sometime in the future you do want a train that goes to space. Come on, Benoit. You got to think of the future here.
Unless we do a space elevator.
Astro train.
Yeah, Astro train would be great. So the state of transport, right? So at the end of last year.
Sorry, I'm going to pause.
Uh-huh.
What's included in transport? So what are we talking about?
So
elevators?
transit and transport manage elevators, in-ship elevators, trains, anything that has to move when you press a button and you call it. So It's a network of carriage, peripheral, and gateway.
Okay.
Right. So you take an elevator to go to your hangar. That's transit.
You take a tram.
Anything
that's automated. Anything that moves you not under your control.
Right. And he's the one moving the carriages, right? Okay. So he needs to deal with carriages being streamed out, like prediction for that stuff. So, so transport is a rebuild of the original transit, which has been, as we talked about, problematic. So the state on transport is at this point we are, it's functional. So we've the team at the end of last year actually completed the first transport link, which was we tested this internally with our QA teams extensively at this point. All of the new Babbage HABs links. So we took one link in the universe, that one, and we tested the crap out of it. Right now, that's a static link. So it's going this. When I say static, it means the 2 points that the elevator goes to exist. They always exist.
You always have to exist.
So we know that works. Then the state at the moment is we also support hangars. So these are dynamic gateways, because if you're online and you're at the location, your hangar is spawned there. That's a dynamic gateway. If you leave, that gateway disappears. So the system needs to deal with dynamic gateways. The previous system kinda did. And the kinda bit was the piece that wasn't great. Okay. And so we've got internally at the moment new Babbage, we've got hangars and HABs. So the state of transport now is the team is working at converting all of Area 18. So we're talking HABs, hangars, transit trains, all of Area 18 to the transport system.
Okay.
So we're going to go to tech preview with that. That's our plan. And
are they going to have just a tech preview for the elevators? They're just going to open up. Hey, everybody, we got a tech preview for the elevator. Nobody shows up. Just fucking crickets. Just the loneliest fucking tech preview ever. Like 2 or 3 nerds show up that just like are Star Citizen White Knights and a developer. Everybody else has like a date that day, like a hot date or something, or something better to do. Yeah, I'm gonna wash my hair. Need to go wash my hair tonight. Got better things to do. Got a hot date.
The reason why we need to go to tech preview is because we need players. We've tested this internally. We can't muster as much players as we want, so we're going to try to see if you guys want to come and help us out, test the new Babbage Transit for real on a tech preview to validate all the assumptions that are in the system.
I'll test it when it goes live.
And ask people to just come and ride the elevators.
Correct.
Come and ride the trams.
And their hangars.
Yes. And hope nobody dies.
No trains in space, no doors.
I remember when I was a kid, I actually liked to ride elevators just for no fucking reason other than just like going in and pushing the buttons and watching it light up, and just like you go up and down the elevator and like the doors open and close. My nephew also liked that too. We would have a Mother's Day brunch at, the Marriott down in Tukwila. And we'd have like pancakes or omelets or something, whatever the fuck Marriott was serving that day. They have like a Mother's Day buffet. And of course, at some point, my little nephew, back when he was like, single digits in age, he'd want to ride the elevator. So you have to walk him over to the elevator, and you get to watch him push the buttons, and he'd go up the elevator and go down the elevator. It was one of those glass elevators. So it had like just a semicircle glass exterior door, and like the other side was flat with the elevator buttons on. So you could actually watch him go up. He could watch you get smaller as he goes. He's really cool. And I'm sharing this story with all of you, because that's kind of how it feels like. What, are we like 12 or something? Like, we need you guys to ride the elevators, and elevators are really cool. Broke it over once by trapping a book on the door as it closed. Thought it was closed. Then I pulled the book out and glitched the elevator mid-floor. Ugh.
Opening to nothingness. That'd be great. No passing through the floors. And,
I shouldn't be laughing at
carriages.
Like the single most exciting
getting your ass kicked by your mom.
But incredibly important, because it's a tech preview that doesn't just affect Area 18. It's one that can literally affect quality of life in every single landing zone, on board every single spaceship.
That has an elevator.
Ships that have elevators and stuff. Well, then space stations. It's going to be this little thing for Area 18, but it ripples out to everything.
And so after a tech preview, if everything is validated, there's one thing too we want to try to avoid is the train prediction taking like you in 32 seconds to come in, where the train says train arrives in 1,060,000, which obviously we hope that.
I just thought it was a metaphor for the project. Am I allowed to say that?
Yes, Jared, you're allowed to have a sense of humor while working for Cloud Imperium Games.
After tech preview,
it's fine.
We're gonna scale this out to every landing zone. and we're going to see which patch this will load in. But at that point, we hope to bring transport in and completely deprecate the transit system from the game and nuke it from orbit.
Cool.
Yeah.
And that's next week?
We don't give dates.
Coming soon,
Best
TM.
effort, but it's looking good. Like this tech preview is going to be where we're going to evaluate really like where we're at with scale, because the issues with transit typically come up with scale most of the time. Right?
Fair enough. I told you we get back to freight elevators.
Yeah.
So what can you tell me about freight elevators and what still needs to happen?
Sure. So the freight elevators are way more complicated than we can imagine because they get affected by other systems like hangars, like planetary locations. There's also multiple flavors of them, top loading, side loading, and they all operate very differently. So this year, we've had issues at the beginning of the year clearly with the freight elevators, like losing items, obstruction, blocking them from functioning.
You said the beginning of the year, but that really came to a head in July.
Yeah. Where we had even an event that would rely on them, which was, in retrospect,
Well, we knew there was a collection of issues, but we also all of our data said they were only
localized.
Localized on this. It wasn't until we went to scale.
That's right.
That we realized, oh, this is actually even worse than we thought.
Right. It's also coupled to a couple of things, and for that event specifically, which was, we concentrated missions in key locations. That's one thing that has been in our discussions all year, was how we distribute missions, right? How we, if we launch a new mission tomorrow morning and we send everybody to the same spot, that is problematic. Not just because it's not fun, because it's a traffic jam, but also it causes other issues. And so that we learned a lot from that on the design side, I think, overall. But so freight elevators, though, so we're pretty happy with some of the core mechanics, but there's still very egregious issues that we're tracking. So there's roughly 73 total issues that we know about.
Hey, at least it's not 73,000.
51 of those have been resolved. So I've asked one of our teams in our Nathaniel Fisher, resident expert in freight elevators, to track that. So the rest of these issues some of them are really problematic. One of them we actually discussed, you and I, just before the show, was how if you're turning in Wicklow items, you need to put them one by one.
Things in a box. You have to be able to put things in a box.
Correct. And so
you have to be able to put things in a box and have it suck up that box.
Yes.
Or you could just have it done like any other MMO, where you walk up to an NPC, the NPC checks to see how many boar testicles you have in your inventory, and it's like, oh, you have everything in your inventory. Yoink, it takes it out of your inventory, and then it gives you the thing back into your inventory. I don't know why the fuck we have to, because the elevator works. It's the system they have. That's why they're using the stupid elevator. You could just have a deposit box you walk up to, and then it checks to see what's in your inventory. If you have the items in your inventory, it just sucks it out of your inventory. But Star Citizen has to be different. We have to be special. I mean, like, the workaround for Wicklow that I found is like, yeah, you can put it into a box, but you have to send the box down, and then you have to take stuff out of the box using the other inventory terminal, put it onto the elevator, send the elevator up, send it back down. Again, if you just put stuff in the Wicklow inventory, and then you go turn something in, it just checks to see if that stuff is in the inventory, deletes it, and then gives you the item. I mean, I don't understand how this is complicated.
I agree, 100%. And so that's going to be one of the first ones I think we need to look at. The other one is a bit more problematic because we don't have a proper repro for, but sometimes there are lost items that fail if there's like a back-end slowdown when things get stowed. So we have a couple reports for this, not many, but the ones that we have are critical. And so,
I'm sorry, how did you pronounce that? I'm going to make fun of this pronunciation.
Stowed. So we have critical reports for this. Not many, but the ones that we have are critical. And so,
critical.
This is a kind of a rule we've set on the CGP team. So Jens and I are pushing this to everybody. It's like the golden rule for everything related to freight elevators or anything that touches inventory is a player should never lose an item interacting with these systems, right? We need
I agree.
Trust in them 100%. And so that's why we're tracing on those issues. So there's still a lot more work required on freight elevators for different edge cases. A new one that we started seeing in 4.6, which seems affected by another change, but is sometimes like putting stuff on the elevator, not on the grid, will cause it to disappear,
Right.
which is kind of a physics.
Yeah. I had a fucking Reddit post about that. When was this? This was 21 hours ago. I put out a Reddit post that fucking just took the fuck off. Where is it? Is this one it? Yeah. I put this out, right? This clip on Reddit. Like, that's all I'm doing. All I'm doing is just throwing it onto the ground and letting it slide in. And the game's like, nope, it's gone. Apparently, I'm not the only one. Where is the issue council? Here's the issue council report. And this issue council report just blew the fuck up. Apparently, I am not the only one receiving this problem. 90 repros on this. I'm sure there's more. 116 upvotes. I'm sure there's more submissions on this in the back end. But yeah, like having a cargo-based event where you have a high probability of losing cargo if you do not set it on the grid. You literally cannot let that cargo touch anything else. And as I found out later in this broadcast and in this thread, it's not even the floors that are lava. Like, if you just take the tractor beam, grab a piece of cargo, extend it into the elevator, and just let go, it'll still disappear. It literally has to latch to the freight elevator or for it to not disappear. And like, there's a reason why I got like 121 replies to this thread and like 515 upvotes. This was just like, hey guys, anyone else having problems with this? So that's why I put that up on Reddit. And I got a lot of responses. So a lot of people are having problems with this. Let's release a cargo event again, where there's a massive fucking problem with cargo getting destroyed if you don't snap to grid. And this is like the first time I've seen this. I'm trying to remember like previous patches where you had a very high probability of the cargo just disappearing. Back when CIG first introduced physicalized cargo. And I've had cargo like fall through the elevator. I've had cargo like not come up on the elevator. I've had cargo like disappear in transit, like fall out of the ship if it's not like attached to the grid. I don't think I've ever seen like cargo like disappear in front of me like this, like inside the hangar. I appreciate a Wild Willis. I probably have seen that issue before, but I just can't quite remember. So yeah, like imagine that. Your cargo being deleted right in front of your face being a problem in an event that primarily focuses on cargo.
Clean up conflict. So I know we're looking into this right now because that's a big one. But and then everything that has to do with stacking. So having a stack in your inventory that you want to unstow onto the freight elevator, that mechanism from a backend perspective is actually a creation. I know that sounds weird, but you have a stack of 10, that's one item with a stack of 10. You may bring it, it's a creation of 9. So that bit is not stable right now. We're trying to improve that.
Yes, believe it or not, when you spawn an item, when you go to drop an item in the game, you're actually creating an item in the game world. When you're taking it out of your inventory and like equip, like for example in Skyrim, if you drop a health potion from your inventory in Skyrim, you're not actually dropping an item, you're actually spawning an item in the game world, believe it or not. That's how the code works.
It's hard because there's a lot of the chat right now is debating Wicklow at the moment, and
why did I say his name?
Well, if I say it 3 times, he shows up on the screen.
Oh yeah, you're right, Jessalyn Parr. Yeah, there you go.
Not insignificant part of the dislike for Wicklow is directly related to that freight elevator. It's just we have a section later on. We asked around. We'll get to it, but we'll give you a preview. But we started talking like what is the single greatest quality of life thing that we can do. And I went around and I asked a couple head honchos here around the company because I was curious. I did an interview before like what to you is the single biggest quality of life thing we could do, the single biggest. And on more than one occasion, shout out to Jens. I'm going to spoil it here.
Okay, go on. We're going
Not
somewhere with this,
losing
right,
items.
Jared?
Yeah.
Just not losing items. Just that seemingly simple,
Yes.
benign,
Yeah.
innocent little thing. Like if everything else is important, everything else is super important, everything else is super necessary. It absolutely is. But God is my witness. If we can just make it so people don't lose their items, so
I agree.
shout out to the heroes of the freight elevator hero squad. I thought it was Strike Squad, but you've rebranded it during this call as Hero Squad, and I like it.
Right.
So we'll do it, and everybody, the people in item recovery, the people in the new inventory, people who are working on the new inventory system right now. It's everybody working to fix that because that's just the single most demoralizing thing in the world to me. Speaking of item recovery,
Yeah.
we launched V0 or V1 or whatever the heck we called it, T0.
T0.
I'm hearing that there's a T1 on the horizon.
Correct.
Talk to me about it.
Well, so the obviously Tier 0 was a fairly large change to the game, so that in the case where you die in the verse, instead of having to run a corpse run to recover your items, you would actually respawn with them. This was mainly done to, we're in an alpha game, we needed to do some compromises, so we looked at that. So item imprint, there's multiple names for this at this point. Item imprint, item recovery, Tier 1, entitlements 2.0. Those are all sort of related. So the gist of it is, and this ties into some other subjects, but is that currently when you play the game, right, and you look at your ASOP terminal, I think I've said that last time, but I'll still go through it again. When you look at your ASOP terminal, the list that you see there is the list of entitlements that you own, which ship that you own, you have a right to, right? Then that's cross-linked with the actual ship. Do you have it? This entitlement, let's say it's a Connie, what is it in the game, right? And where is it? And that's how the ASOP terminal shows you the list, right? So that's why you're able to have a row when there's no ship and it says retrieve or deliver, right? That creates the ship. Then deliver brings you the ship on the platform. Those entitlements currently, they don't live across patches. We recreate them. The first time you log in, there's a big process that reconciles your account, grabs your web purchases, grabs your LTP records, and recreates those entitlements. Obviously, long-term persistence has always been it's a difficult problem to solve. It sounds simple, but it is not, I assure you. But in order to facilitate all this and also other item recovery needs, we've decided to basically persist those entitlements across patch. So these things will never get wiped anymore. And so losing a ship is not going to be a thing. That's not going to be
I hope
possible.
so.
We never really delete entitlements. And so you have insurance on those records, so you can claim insurance. The only way to lose a ship will be if you no longer have insurance on it. You still have the deed for it, but you can't claim it. So item recovery is a rework of the entitlement system. It
Gotta
touches
rework
on
the
how
reworks, the
you
reworks.
claim insurance on ships. It allows snapshotting of ships, but also FPS items, so that these live with an insurance loadout that we can keep and recover, and then will give us the ability to recover or claim your even FPS items. So think of it as an insurance system for FPS items, right? So this whole mechanic ties into LTP as well. We're also hoping through the system to solve some of the issues that exist with, taking components off of a ship, then claiming the ship, losing the components, and or in some cases being able to duplicate some default components. This whole loop is insurance has always been a problem design-wise for how this functions. So item imprint V1 allows you to imprint items, save that state, and then recover it on death or when you claim insurance.
All right, so I have a couple questions here based on what I heard.
All right.
You keep mentioning insurance. Are we talking? Are you saying that insurance will be in alongside V1 or just? Yeah, exactly.
The actual insurance
Correct.
system.
I say insurance because that's the same kind of loop in terms of what the services are doing to do this, but basically it's a snapshot we recover from.
Gotcha.
Exactly.
So when item recovery V1 comes out, it'll still be much like it is today as far as insurance. Everybody will just have global. Everybody has LTI on everything at the moment right now until that very specific gameplay system is implemented. So this is not that.
No.
You're using lowercase I insurance.
Lowercase I, yes.
Sorry, I just needed to.
Underscore I.
I didn't think ship insurance was coming in this one.
Yeah.
So just to clarify that before folks go off. You're saying that because it's a change to the entitlement system.
At this rate, people are going to die before the actual insurance, before their insurance on their ship starts counting down. Some asshole who bought an Aurora 10 years ago is going to be in the hospital dying of cancer or something. And his Aurora that has 6 months insurance on it will still have like effectively LTI. Yeah, insurance and insurance with a capital I.
I mean, everything would just get snapshot and moved over. When you say people will no longer lose ships, you're talking about that whenever a patch comes out, people come in and they're talking about the ships that they've earned in game, the ships they've either bought with AUEC or stolen or whatnot. Those should persist.
If you have an entitlement for something, we no longer wipe that between patches at all. We keep it completely.
Okay.
So that should give us a lot more. In fact, it is exactly the way you would expect it to function right now, except the way the systems were built in the past didn't account for that. And so there was cases where you could lose something that you own because it was left unstowed in a shard or something like that. And so now with the entitlement system, we keep that cross-patch.
So the first question I have in response to that is, how will people get rid of things? Because quite frankly, I might go joyriding one day, or I might buy a thing for AUEC and fly it, and then decide I don't want it, I don't like it, and now it's just sitting there staring at me in the ASOP. If these things don't go away between patches now, every time I want to try a ship, or I just move away for a ship, or John Crew nerfs the hell out of the ship and I don't want to fly it anymore.
Damn John Crew.
Calling out John Crew.
I might want to get rid of it. So
how will I do that?
Is there going to be a mechanism for getting rid of these things?
Well, not with item imprint, right? As part of this, no. But there are, I don't want to go too much into details into this, but I can give an example of like, you have a ship filled with cargo that you stow into your location inventory in New Babbage, and you claim that ship, right? In the current way the system works, that cargo's lost, right? That ship will get deleted and you're done, right? You get a new one, but it's the same entitlement, right? With the new system, we have the ability to also show you ships that you own that had an entitlement on it. And so what that means is you could claim that ship, you'll get a new, let's say it's a Caterpillar filled with cargo, and you're like, I need to claim it for some reason. You can claim the ship. The other ship will be bricked, right? That's how the design is functioning. So it's no longer usable, but you can still retrieve it. You can still retrieve the bricked ship and get it. And then if you destroy the ship or tow it out, then it'll go away from your entitlement. But there's going to be more system, of course, to remove that from your ASOP terminal.
I guess, okay, so I'm trying to figure out why this would be useful. Oh my God. Like, okay, so you can claim the insurance on a ship that's already stowed in your inventory, and you could pull the other ship back out that's bricked to do what to it? I guess loot the components off it, or like maybe you forgot, like there's, because I had that recently where I had like I was doing the mining with the golem. And I was just like, oh, this golem's all fucked up for some reason. I'm just going to claim the insurance on it and get a new one. And so I parked it out by the space station. And like, oh, I had components on it I wanted to keep. I had some like attachments on the mining head. I can't use the tractor because I'm inside of an armistice zone, the stupid fucking armistice zone thing. You can't use a handheld tractor beam to rip components off. But if, I guess that is like the way this would work is like if you have stuff you want to take off the old ship and put onto the new claimed insurance ship. I don't fucking know.
Longer term, but not in this phase, but longer term, yes.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the long-term players, the people who have been here for a while, who have acquired a rather massive fleet already. And
I'm a victim of this.
And you start buying ships, and I'm guilty, but there's just sometimes I don't want this anymore. I don't want to look at a Rock DS anymore. Just want it out of my ASOP. I bought it mistakenly from.
I would love to have the option to hide certain ships and vehicles.
Momentary,
or just get rid of them permanently.
I don't want that Rock DS staring at me in my ASOP for the end of time, because you've done a wonderful thing with item recovery, V1.
But now you keep it.
And now you're stuck with it. Yeah, some things.
Are you saying you don't want your ships anymore?
I'm just saying some things aren't meant to be persistent. So I just want to take this opportunity to just encourage
a good conversation.
There should be some way to remove, to get rid of it.
I'm very curious about why you singled out the Rock DS out of this.
How much time you got? Jared hates the Rock DS, confirmed. Oh, you haven't been watching for a while if you're just getting that confirmed now.
Jared, you're not supposed to be going on shows and telling people you hate certain ships. You're supposed to be championing everything. I'm like,
yeah.
I hate the Rock DS.
I mean, it's a dumb ship. I agree.
It's comfy though. It's got to get.
Hold on, let's just do everything the first Rock does, but require 2 people. Look, I've never lied to you. I never will.
Sure.
It's the only promise I've ever made people. You've been mentioning long-term persistence, so let's just wrap up this. The storyline of losing stuff, keeping stuff. The last time we had this conversation, you talked about utilizing this entitlement system.
But it's the Rock DS.
Talking about, or is there more stuff?
There's more. So we're.
All right.
I mean, there's
give us 10 more minutes.
Work ongoing on this on the long-term persistent side. So just for those who don't know what long-term persistent is, or LTP.
Or LTP
There's
database.
A mechanism we put in place to allow you to keep things between patches. Right?
Yep.
So
seems to work all right most of the time. 50% of the time, it works 80% of the time.
Destroy, like when you come into 4 to 7, when it comes out, that's a brand new database, right? The whole thing is fresh, and then we recreate things. Now, why do we recreate things? It's because these things are still changing. So the Hornet you had in 4.5 is probably different than the Hornet you have in 4.6. Item port locations have changed, materials have changed, serialized variables and all the data that goes with it has changed.
The gold standard Aurora that we just launched is technically an entirely different ship. The whole entity is different.
Yeah, exactly.
And under the hood. To the backer, it looks like, okay, you just added some fins and blah, blah, blah. But under the hood, it's an entirely new set of entities.
And so in order to allow us to keep stuff, we've built this system on the side that kind of keeps records of what you own. So it says, you own a Hornet, right? That system has always been kind of I don't want to say a crutch, because it did function for a long time, but we've outgrown it quite a bit.
Oh, we're going to have to rework the system.
There are also many cases where we would remove records of things that you own because they're in play in a shard. And that's been proven to be a bit of a bad decision overall, and so that's why we've had multiple issues over the years of like players losing ship entitlements in the new patch, or having more items than they were supposed to get. Like, some people have shown some screenshots of demultiplication of things between patches, and so it's been a big issue, right? So with the
infinite council script,
we're reducing the footprint of what LTP manages by a lot, because
I had. For some reason, the game loved giving me fuses between patches. I'd have like a handful of fuses that I'd use in Pyro, and then a new patch would come out, and I'd have like 1,000 fuses. Just 1,000 fuses. Here you go, Vertigo. Here. What the fuck am I gonna do with all these goddamn fuses? I mean, I get they're necessary, but I don't need 1,000 of the fucking things. I need a dozen at most. Here's 1,000. Literally, I had to put them all into a box and just throw that box out of a ship somewhere. Hey, Shempasta.
it will no longer store your entitlements. We just keep those as is. So that's one big bit removed from that system. The other complexity on that side is that it needs to manage nested inventories. And
Back to the freight elevator.
That's just completely crazy. So like, I have a handgun stored in the glove box of my Merlin that's attached to my Connie, that's parked somehow inside of my, Idris and stowed in my location inventory. Well, I need to give you a record for that gun, right? And so that system needs to reread data and store it, and it's really complicated.
Which is why people have gotten into the habit before a wipe, or before a patch.
Yeah.
Oh, Freudian slip, huh?
We're going to talk about that tomorrow.
I know you people.
I mean, I'm sure the Twitch chat was being
But
very
before a patch, people stow
very
things
calm
in-
and collected
in
at this
certain
point.
inventories to have their best chances.
Yeah, to kind of set it up, right? So on long-term persistence, ultimately, we don't want this system, right? Ultimately, we want to get to a point where we don't need it. So step one is to reduce its footprint. So that's part of item imprint is that. So that's a big deal. But the next steps start from the very low level and will require some large company change. We need to be able to migrate your old Hornet into the new one, right? Or at least be able to know it changed enough, I need to give you a new one, right? Or being able to just migrate the shape of the hierarchy, the item port locations, and the serialized variable formats on these things. Now, the thing you got to think about the way the ships are built, right? The entities have components on them which enable them to do something. I'll give an example just for the layman. You have a health component on an entity that says, hey, I got 100 hit points. When that reaches 0, then we destroy the entity, or something else happened, it destroys itself, right? That component is written in code. There's a game programmer that's maintaining this. We actually have a health component. It does way more things than this, but just to keep it simple. So a game programmer is programming this, and he needs to persist the value of health so that when this ship is now either put in an inventory, then brought back into the game, that the values of the health components on the parts, on the individual parts, have persisted and we reload it, right? This is true for everything in the game, right? We have serialized variables and components across the game. There's, I think your character at the moment has like 800 serialized variables on it or something like that, right? So those are all different.
It's a lot of variables.
Components. Are you crouched? Are you standing? Are you, health of all the limbs, stuff like that, right? So the programmers between patches, they just changed that. I removed this one, and I put a new one in, and then because some of those variables, it doesn't matter if it changes.
Yeah.
Some of them matter, right? If you change that, like it's a different shape, it loads a different CGA model, whatever, right? So that's the big problem about how we need to forward migrate is we need to do this at the very low level. So currently, our network team and our online teams are working at this mechanism to be able to differentiate the important from the important SVs, the serialized variables, on components. So that's all across all components in the game. There's over 1,500, 2,000 components, individual code components in the game.
Jesus Christ, I can't imagine.
For example, I don't need to know if you're crouched when I stow you in your inventory, right? I don't need to know that, right? But I need to know that when we're running and you're crouched, right? So we differentiate the two, and then we have a mechanism to migrate the data format from one to the other. When we get that functionality in and reliable, what that means is that we will just keep the database. And that is huge, because now that means there's no longer a process between patches that transfers stuff or moves it around or recomputes things. It's the same database.
It just works.
Its version.
Just works.
On
It'll
demand.
just work. There'll be no
Now
bugs.
we've looked at multiple different options for that. Some of them were like, just migrate people from one to the other, but then we'd have to keep 5 databases behind. It's just impossible. And so right now we're working at that option, and that's the longer term vision that we have for that. So first, reduce the footprint of the LTP system so it just manages some things, not all, and then work on the real fundamental issue, which is we need forward
on top of spaghetti, all covered with
How many times in your
mud.
life has a errant random, unexpected serialized variable?
I can't remember the song. Hell, tons.
Oh my
Stress
god!
in your life?
I mean, it's crazy. This is the single most important thing.
I vaguely remember
Because,
that
like,
song.
in case you guys don't know, every time we do either, well, full patch is easy because we patch server, client, hybrid, everything goes in one at once. But when we perform hotfixes, and God knows we've done a lot of hotfixing this year, right? That's part of our process now. But there's like specific steps where we have our live QA team need to do compatibility checks, and any change to any serialized variable, added, removed, change the format, change the data, whatever, incompatible client. And so getting our processes in place to catch those before they get introduced, right, is really taxing, because, you know, there's always oh yeah, also fix this bug, and that make the whole hotfix incompatible and we can't launch it. So we have to backtrack, change our approach, whatever. And so that's the kind of thing we're dealing with. This will also solve that if we can make it.
And
If we
before
get-
somebody
if-
said you should have just made a simpler game, Benoit.
I mean, there's a reason why they don't make games like Star Citizen.
Simpler game, yeah, cool.
Hey, Benoit gets
all right,
paid by
I
the
wanna
hour. What the
move
fuck does he
into-
care?
Our quality of life section here.
Yeah,
We talked about it a little bit before, because we just talked a whole lot about not losing things and all the efforts being made of not losing things. But there are other major quality of life things. For me,
Like what?
personally,
Personally.
after the not losing the things.
Is this where we talk about the wipes
social.
not coming? Oh,
Yeah.
social.
It's social. The ability to group with people, the ability to communicate with people, the ability not to communicate with people, the ability to just be like, oh, hey, that's a bad person. That's a bad person with bad thoughts and bad intentions, and boop, boop, and kick them into the pit from 300.
sure.
And whatnot. Never to see or hear from that person again.
Right.
The all the tools for joining up. Finally, people have been creating and managing orgs on our website since 2013.
Yeah, your website.
And this is 2026, and those orgs still not in game.
Correct. What are we doing?
It's we're reenacting a little play, because Benoit and I have had this conversation almost verbatim for a little time. I'm just doing the conversation we had in private for you guys right now. So my question, Benoit,
Yeah.
friend, person whom chat has dubbed brother, my brother,
From another mother.
when, Benoit, when, please, dear God in heaven above or down below, who do I have to talk to?
Sure.
Give me something.
Good.
Social.
Yeah. Well, so what is it now? It's all a blur. A social universe, right? The last
Yes.
panel that we did at CitizenCon, that outlines the vision of what we want to do with social. Now, with the year that we just had, we had to take a little bit of a detour on that initial plan, but right now we have completely formed the social strike team, and so a bit like the heroes team, right? The social strike team, its only mission is to execute this plan, right? And so
So don't bury the lead. There is now an official dedicated team on this.
social strike team, yes.
Okay.
Exactly. And so this group is currently looking at all of the components that make up the social systems now, right? Fortunately for us, the work didn't stop on this side, even though we couldn't enact the changes in the game. On the back end side of things, there's been a lot of progress on social. And so even though the systems look primitive in game, their capabilities have grown quite a bit.
Pretty long
even in
time, Azimir.
25. We
It's just
do.
not using them yet.
So we do have a block list that we leverage now. It's simplistic, but because we didn't have the UI resources to do it completely. But moving into this strike team, right, covers all areas of social. So the plan is to go into 4 different pillars for it. So the first
Pillar system.
order of
Here we go.
business is the Comlink app. So the Comlink app is like one of the oldest MobiGlass application we still have.
Probably
It's
still
kind of
uses
an
Java.
eyesore because it's like from a dark, ghost of futures past. It's like from 2000, I want to say 1918 at this point, style-wise. Very old technology, still use the legacy even UI framework that we had in the game. So we're completely eliminating that tab. We're bringing in forward the social application that we've shown at CitizenCon, so that design is moving forward. So replacing that, chat widget, right? So the entire chat experience in the game, we're completely overhauling this from the top at the moment. So we're right in the process of changing that and hooking it up to the new systems. Revamping things like, social notifications. Currently in our mobiles, we only have one kind of level of notification, which is like ultra important. So
there's Kazarm. Hey, Kazarm.
To have a proper social experience, you need to have these like, system updates, system notifications, like someone joins, someone leaves, whatever. Looking at things like combat log and all the stuff that we've looked at in the social universe panel. So we're actively building this now, and that's going to be the first. We don't know. I'm not going to say which patch is going to land in. So our schedule is twofold. There's a content patch schedule and there's a feature schedule. The features need to have leeway because it depends on where they're going to land. But that's going to be the first update to social. Will be Comlink app, right? So rich party information, friend phone tracking, chat app. So we're working on this right now, actively.
For a 2026 release?
Yes. Yes. I mean, it's like you mentioned, it's kind of urgent at this point that we do something there. This will automatically roll into the next...
the next phase.
Oh, keep your dad here. Come on.
It's going to lay down. I need a pillow too, I feel like.
On the next milestone for the Social Strike team is going to be looking at the Party Finder mechanic, right?
Party Finder?
Which basically allows you to advertise.
It was too
party.
long. Yeah, we're basically going to be hanging up here in just a little bit on this and go play some Star Citizen. Was there anything good in the video? A lot of it was just like, yeah, we know this is a problem. Yeah, we did all this great stuff. Yeah, we're working on this system that should help fix that. And it's mostly just like this. All this stuff is coming soon. All this technology we're working on that's going to fix some issues coming soon. So far. Right.
And then get people to join in. Like, let's say you're looking for, a gunner and some FPS guys for your mission, then you can advertise that.
Soon TM, basically, that's the
friends to go do a specific
event. That's the one-word summary of this entire video.
Party Finder, we're hoping, is going to be a way for you to find friends on a given shard really rapidly. Also, tie that in with your friendship and your contacts. Mm-hmm. So that will be kind of. We're building on the first release, which will have now friend and foe tracking into that. And so that's going to be super interesting. That's the second system we want to bring in. And then obviously number 3 of 4 right, is the orgs.
Nothing's final. Nothing's final in Star Citizen.
In that space, we're taking the orgs on the website from 2013 and we're moving them completely. Obviously, the technology we used to build that in 2013 are obsolete. They're, it's a really old system. So we're bringing all of this data back into a game service to manage orgs, to surface that, obviously, game side. So now have org management screens, have your organization chat in the game, and then actually be able to create your organization from the game as well as surface it outside. So that's like, okay, now orgs are in the game. That's the first.
That's the whole name, and then the org.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and this will probably. I mean, we're still having internal discussions about how that surfaces. In our game, nothing is always set in stones, but probably going to tie into FPS, scanning radar, additions to when you fly your ship to identify others with scanning, and so. The orgs will be part of that. That's it. Visibility in game, chat in game for your orgs, actually having your organization communications.
Yeah, that's a whole nother series of conversations. Weighing immersion versus running around and seeing it burns when I PvP.
Yeah.
Above people's heads. It's like
sure.
So
let me solo her.
Just.
That's a meme.
That's a meme I get. I understood that reference.
I got to write the original guidance at Blizzard for that back in 2004 for World of Warcraft. Yeah, I got to make the original list of These are examples of really bad guild names to train game masters way back when.
Cool.
All right, that's we'll pick it up tomorrow. Motherfucker. There's just so much going on there. All right, so we got everything going here. We need to get the hide configuration active so we can have our dual joysticks in Star Citizen. I mean, there's probably more there, but I need some dopamine. I need something. So yeah, soon TM. And mostly it's just them talking about problems they have in Star Citizen and just how like new pieces of technology they're currently, or not currently, or they're planning on building. So it's not that useful. At the end of the day. All right, what the fuck are we doing? Well, we're over at Crusader, so we probably need to boogie on over to Area 18. Coherent Spectral. I'm trying to remember where the hell we're at in this shit we're in. Let's see if we load in. All right. Yep, we loaded in. Cool, Mantis. Hey, Jonelle. Yeah, we're doing some recording with a Mantis. All right, so we're running out of some priority rep here. We're done with the supply side of things, the collection. We need to do large cargo deliveries. Believe it or not, we could do this. From Levski, from Grimhex to L2. Yeah, that's a trap. I've ever seen one. Hurl 2. Yeah, that's a massive one. This one doesn't have a price on it. Tisa Spaceports. Sure, I suppose. August Dunlow is... Spaceport. That's... Oh, fuck. Where the fuck's August Dunlow? Spaceport. New Babbage, Orison, Crusader. I can't remember which one is the August Dunlow spaceport. We need a better ship than this one. Orison? Orison's the August Dunlow? I thought Orison was just Orison. Orison spaceport. Shows you how much I know. I don't visit Orison a lot. Alright. Hey, Circuit Cuddy. Nice to see you. I always find it weird that, like, Seraphim Station, like, you warp to it and you have to warp to it again.
Sign.
Gotta wait for the stupid hangar to come in. It's probably this one hangar right here that this guy's landing in. Even though there's plenty of small hangars all over the place. You cannot break speed at that. Yeah, I can. I am speed. There it goes. Yeah, how did I know it was going to be the exact same hangar? Because I'm a genius, that's why. Gotta be careful we don't, like, run into that. Yep. Gotta make sure we don't run into the goddamn hangar.
Landing complete.
Alright.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
Come on, we can do this. Out of the lobby. Well, at least I didn't crash into the side of the fucking thing and blow up. So at least there's that. So I don't need to have this saber attachment in here anymore. We can put that thing away. Let's see here. I don't think we have anything big here. Guy has a fire extinguisher on him.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
That's at New Babbage. Really, New Babbage. I have to fly all the way to Microtech to my C2. That sucks. Almost like we should have multiple versions of my C2. Herbie's over at Levski.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
It's over at Area 18.
Goodbye.
I can't remember how I got here. I flew over here with something. Oh, Avenger Titan. Yeah. Do you have anything from Seraphim on our contracts? Is there anything unverified for salvage for this? No. Oh, there's Axis. Hey, Axis. Thank you for showing up. Nice to see you again. Okay. Lines 8, escort needed. Grimhex. I mean, like, yeah, I guess we could do that. Micromorial. Area 18, Area 18. And from Port Tressler to Levski. That's over 3,000. We can't do that. Medium. Near Crusader. Tamdon Aids. Tamdon Aids. I think that's... Tamdon Plane is by Crusader, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Man, this is just too many fucking missions. Jesus Christ, CIG. You need to calm this shit down. I'll bite. I'll see what this is all about.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Has been set. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following. Please visit us again. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been moved. Please visit us.
I should probably grab some water. How's that? Oh, this is one of those cheap-ass helmets. Since character gets thirsty, we have burritos. We have no pizza. Three things of water, 3 burritos. Yeah, that's good enough. And then wait for it to come all the way up. We'll spawn the Avenger.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been...
All right, cool. I just gotta wait. So yeah, where's the pickup for this thing? Looks like in the rec field, asteroid field of yellow. All right, I'm down with that. All right. Make sure we got all our ammo taken care of.
You are clear to launch.
This thing's in quantum mode. Just fine. This thing is so fast it can actually black you out. Why isn't my landing gear going up? There it is. Not like it really means anything, though. Yep, the mighty space penguin. Can we just go straight to the quantum beacon? That'd be convenient. That would explain everything. Who is that? That is actually a player. I guess this guy's like fighting other NPCs at a wreck site. He seems somewhat peaceful. Well, it's not peaceful anymore. I was even fucking waiting for, like, reinforcements to warp in. Now I have to get back to my goddamn thing. Which one of you sons of bitches?
Proximity alert. Deck.
Mayday!
Proximity alert.
This thing's a little too quick sometimes for its own good. Are we done here? Am I allowed to loot my stupid shit? It's a drop-off site.
Proximity alert.
Bramp, bramp, bramp. Oh my god. Okay, so I'm trying to remember how to open this back door. There it is. There, somewhere in space, there is a option. Did you just jump out of the goddamn spaceship?
Proximity alert. Head.
All right. How's that? Well, it's an empty ship, whatever it is. So I guess this is like a... This is like a point where like a lot of missions go.
Initiated. Quantum travel. Complete.
Make the tit. Wait, what? Make the tit what? Like me some tits. To make the tight. Oh! Hell of a typo there. Leaving me in suspense. Make the tit what? Make the tit juicy? Make the tits jiggle? Don't get a little excited here thinking about the possibilities, Tech Zero. Hey, does this thing have lamp? I don't think it does. Oh god, it does! Hey, look at that. Probably should drop out. Oh, I don't think it was an accident. I think Tech Zero wanted me to get a little excited. I think he did that on purpose. I may be an ass man, but I always get excited for some tits.
Proximity alert. Head. Engines offline.
All right, what do we get?
Complete.
Not like I actually need to close that or anything. The fuck's there to steal in there? Boop. Yeah, there's medical beds in here. Do they have any, I don't think they have it. They used to have like little boxes you can loot. Blah, 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 blah. So did we unlock any new missions out of that? So much scrolling. Vital package. No idea what that... I guess that was transport. But anyways, we're going to boogie on over to Microtech, get our C2 out, do some very, very, very large cargo hauling. Yeah, so you can appreciate the light amplification mode in your ship cockpit is actually a shader on your cockpit glass. You can actually see it activated on ships. Hey, he's got a blinky box. Which is a cool piece of technology. That is not the Stanton Sun. That is just Crusader. I mean, light amplification. It does what exactly what it says on the tin. It amplifies the light. Hey, Jason. Nice to see you. Did you test rep games with big hauling missions? No, I haven't yet. That's something I should probably do. One of these days. All right, so I basically just stack a bunch of missions. I can't do the missions that require like 1,000. Definitely a button you should have on your stream deck. One of these days. No. There we go. That works. Is it left Alt L? Yeah, it's left Alt L. Did I do Control? Yeah. Left Alt L. That should. Doesn't do anything. Okay, let's try restarting the thing. What? Jason, thanks for that resub. Appreciate it.
Jason_on-air just resubscribed for 71 months. Well, would you look at that?
Would you? 71 months. Let's restart. Word that left alt L should work for Star Citizen. Yeah, it's not working for some reason. Base undo, select save, each emoji picker. Yeah, it's just a hotkey. Right? Maybe it's like, is it, hold on, is the other L? No, okay, there we go. Now it works for some fucking reason. So that one works, but that one doesn't work. Is it right alt? So, okay, so I think it has to be specifically left alt. Can't be just, okay, so let's try key bindings, advanced, view. Wouldn't it be under view or cockpit or something? Seats and operator modes. Light amplification toggle. Can't remember what no, it's you. I want to do key bindings, advanced. There we go. I had to rebind it, but now I have a button on my Elgato Stream Deck for light amplification. Awesome. The 600 missions are in 16 boxes? No, all of them are in 8 boxes, 8 SU boxes. If I remember correctly. They even have missions for like 2,000 boxes. Yeah, see, it says you need a hauler ship that can hold 8 SU cargo containers. And it gives like 600 boxes. 600 SU divided by 8. I can't remember how many boxes that is. And they have ones that are like, yeah, here's the ones that is like over 2,000 SU are like 60 SU boxes. That's when you finally get a box that's it's so fucking stupid. This one is 256 and it's 4 SU cargo boxes.
Quantum fuel at 25%.
It's like, oh my lord, game. Such a pain in the ass. Don't crash. The 2K ones can auto-load on the hull, though. Yeah. I'm pretty sure you can auto-load only, right? I can't remember how to auto... I tried auto-loading the other day with, like, trade goods. It does work. I don't know if you can auto-load mission cargo, though. I think you have to manually load. Okay, so in theory, this is where I left my C2.
Quantum travel complete. Quantum travel initiated. Quantum travel complete.
Here we come, New Babbage. Okay, where is... There it is. I wonder if lamp is good in here. No, lamp is not a good choice here. All right, give me...
Here we go. Got a spot all for you.
Landing gear deployed.
I wonder why I'm so drifty, because I have a couple... Oh, there we go. I had decoupled mode on.
Proximity alert. Deck. Proximity alert. Deck. Landing complete. Launch complete. Proximity alert.
Gonna move closer to the thing. So I have to walk so damn far. Go ahead and exit the ship.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been moved. Please.
All right. All right, moving right along. Yep, I'm gonna go to this one.
Ready for upgrade. Located in Atlanta, the factory line has all of Microtech's
Everybody's here.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Hi, and welcome to new baggage.
C2.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the... Please visit us again.
I'll restore it.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Or not, because it's a JPEG screen.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Hi, and welcome to new baggage.
Oh, it says it's destroyed. Okay, cool. So I really don't have a choice.
It was great talking with you. I hope you have a wonderful day.
Don't know why it does that. I can't store the C2 for some reason. Hey, Zeth, nice to see you. And that's why I wanted to store the fucking ship. But it's like the game's like, nah, bro, you can destroy the ship if you want to. Claim the insurance on it. I knew that was going to happen.
Capital city of Microtech.
The workaround's not even available.
Is innovative creativity.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Yeah, see, I can only claim it. All right, well, fuck it. Actually, you know what? Let's exit to menu. Maybe this will fix it. Fucking A. Oh, we'll fix this, you know, when we get the transit manager, you know, done in a couple of years. You know, you'll never have to worry about another bug unless we have more bugs. I don't know, folks. Like, this whole... They keep talking about technology that's going to fix Star Citizen. It's just like, why couldn't we have this shit fixed years ago? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, ass up in the fucking floor. I'm willing to bet it's going to destroy the ship, so I don't have to claim insurance on it. Well, at least I got a fresh ship. Oh, did you all hear Carmola got banned from Spectrum for 2 weeks? Dared quote CIG back at CIG. Did y'all hear about that? He's on his last leg. Soon he's gonna be fully deleted by Knight Rider CIG instead of just partially. Nope. No, it's getting banned from Spectrum is a nothing burger. They banned everybody from Spectrum. Hell, I would probably get banned from Spectrum if I posted more air. They get really grumpy when you don't drink the Kool-Aid. You dare question the Christ Roberts. Why is the Drake Cutlass black still in the verse? Oh, it's fucking lost.
Capsule now approaching station.
Really? Is there one that's 5 seconds behind that one? How's that all about? Oh, there we go. Alright, well, got lucky. And then what else? Oh yeah, Avenger 1 is also giving up on Star Citizen. He released a video the other day about how he's just done. Apparently he found Jesus at the same time, roughly the same time. Yeah. Apparently Star Citizen just isn't worth apparently Star Citizen content creation just isn't worth the squeeze. The juice isn't worth the squeeze for him. As the spaceports. Too much trouble, too much heartache, too much headaches. Not fun enough. He's just kind of burned out and fed up. I don't blame the guy. I'm pretty sure he's got like a real job too. Like he doesn't need Star Citizen money. The Star Citizen streaming money. A lot of the content creators in the Star Citizen sphere, this is like their side gig. Oh, hey, free stuff. Hey, free, I heard gun. What's this guy doing? Alright, let's see what happened to our C2. Oh, nice gold armor. Wait a minute, that was like the ADP set, or is that... Oh, that's the Clash Core set, pure gold. That's not even like the ADP set. That's just like the Junkyard set. Why does that get a gold drip? specifically. People code anything in gold, I guess. Alright, I'm pretty sure the C2 is just gone. Okay.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the follow. Please visit us again. Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Alright, so it says it's destroyed still. It's probably ass up in the other cargo elevator. Oh, large hangar. If it is, we'll have to claim the insurance on it, I guess. I don't know. Okay, so it's actually like here. Cool. Does it have the Argo in it? Otherwise, we need to get the Argo Atlas. Out and like inside. Yep, it's got an Atlas. Okay, cool. All right. Let's take a look at what we got here. How long event? That's going to be way too much. I could maybe squeeze 900 in here. Here we go. Large scale, 616 Tisa spaceport to Hearst's L1 Lagrange point. We could do that. Is there one for like Levski? Magnus Gateway. I think that's towards Levski. This is 215. It's too much. Medium. From Riker Memorial. That's at Area 18. New Babysitter Spaceport. Pinnacle Spice. Magnus Gateway. I guess we'll do this one. All right. Yeah, the ship did turn on when I got inside. The thrusters went off. Is this the even the hangar that's supposed to have this ship? Barely fits. Yeah, what the fuck? Maybe that's why the ship is classified as destroyed, because it's in the wrong hangar. Why am I having so many goddamn problems with this thing? All right. Engines are off. Let's go ahead and start slinging. Next ship. Pressurized. 77 8SU boxes. How delightful. I still see the tractor beam likes to gyrate violently. That bug hasn't been solved. It's just going nuts. Grab that. Where? I think I just lost the box. I'm not entirely sure. One of those you can't, yeah, you can't let it not touch the ground. It has to like latch. If it doesn't latch, you're gonna lose it. Oh well, good thing we can do partial turn-ins. Did it go underneath the ship? I don't think it did. Oh, it did go underneath the ship. Well, didn't lose all the cargo, just lost some of it. But I found it. Why do you roll? Good enough. All right, now we need another. What else? The fuck am I looking at here? Just wanted to pick some background music. Go there. Need to actually grab stuff. Oh my god, this thing. Here, you can go right there. Just fuck off over there for me, would you? I got shit to load. Go right there for me, would you? Thank you. Just get the fuck out of my face. Holy shit. You know, this may be Vertigo. Handheld track boom territory. Is this AB? You want to come help me load? You're more than welcome to. It's a pain in the ass. Guarantee you. Come on. The tractor beams for some reason are just so bad right now. They've literally gotten worse since the patch has dropped. Not like while the patch has been out. Tractor beams have gotten worse somehow. All right, let's it is a lot. Yeah, like at Ascend, I have to use the free look mode to actually like load stuff. Dr. Devious, thanks for that follow. I appreciate it. Let's see, drop him there. We'll move him back. I'm assuming that's you, No Cuddy. I'm not gonna accept until I see confirmation. Is this guy like forward? Nah, it's just the way it looks. Not gonna accept friends invite from strangers. I'm smarter than that. Okay, it's him. If I really wanted to, you know, fit some shit in here, I could, like, ignore this area and just, like, slide stuff up. But honestly, considering how awful cargo loading is, we'll just, like, latch. There's also, like, a potential for, like, if you don't latch stuff, it just disappears. So we're just going to default to latching everything down so we don't lose any of the cargo. That's always a thing. We literally had a bug report about that, Vertigo, where cargo goes missing if you don't latch it. And even though it was on top of this box, it decided to latch right there because that's just how it works. Hey, chicken. Welcome. Let's see, it's in comms. Ending. Oh, look. Normally, you have to send me to again. Hold on, maybe I don't have to. There we go. Normally it's in pending. Like if you don't accept a friend's request immediately, like it'll just go into pending. And then you can pick it up, pick the friend's invite in there. But I guess this time, like, I guess CIG's rebuilding the entirety of the friends list again. So of course it doesn't work right. Hello? Oh, there it goes. Dr. Devious, welcome. You died for unlatched cargo? Interesting. I don't think I've ever heard of, like, unlatched cargo killing anybody in transit. Yeah, somehow blew the ship up. That sounds familiar, though. It somehow blew the ship up, Vertigo. Been there. I think that's it right there. I need to make sure that all that stuff's lined up properly. And of course it isn't. There we go. Don't let it touch the floor. I think it just fell through the goddamn elevator. And it's gone. Fuck me. Come on. There we go. I remember losing an entire bay of cargo to, like, invisible geometry. Going into, I had my C2 fully loaded with cargo. This is back when they had, like, before we had manually loading cargo like we're doing right now. But I bought a whole bunch of medical supplies to do an event with. The Nine Tails Lockdown. And I was flowing into the hangar. Flying into the hangar. And the ship just blew up. As soon as it nose passed the hangar doors, boom, dead. Everything gone. Really, really, really upset me. Oh, but I found some invisible geometry the other day at Pyro. Flying my C1 around to do some... I think I was trying to buy some Vexilite and Pyro for this event, in fact. Is that the right amount of boxes? Probably not, because I think one of them fell through. I can't remember what the number is. $616 divided by 8. Oh my god, get out of my face. Ah, there it goes. Jesus Christ. Considering the Herc, the C2 holds like 696 SCU cargo. It shouldn't fill it up it shouldn't fill it up full. terms of cargo capacity. Should get pretty close, 616. I don't think that's... Thank God it's Friday, Tanner Jack. Welcome. Yeah, for some reason it doesn't want me to place stuff at the very end. I don't know why. I know, right? It does look like it's getting full, doesn't it? All right, so what the heck is going on for the last little bit here? There we go. Maybe it gave me more than I should have gotten. Maybe. I can't see with this thing in my face. Oh, sounds like somebody discovered the discovered Star Citizen explodes you. You do have to remember though that this thing is like double stacked at the very least. And the 96, there's also like a bunch of like unusable, well, for this at least. Usable little bits of cargo capacity. Hey, at least we have a place to put the Atlas. Yeah, I didn't really want that to go there. I wanted that to go up top. And we're done. And there's Big. Yep. We're trying our best, Big. We're trying our best. Alright, so where we're going? We're going to Magnus Gateway with this shit. So there is a bit of... Well, fuck. In order to visualize this, there actually is a cargo visualizer app. I'll put this up here. Look for the C2. So you can kind of see, like, there's... If we do, like, what is it? Maybe like 40, 80. There we go. So it kind of goes to show you just, like, what you're dealing with here. So you have like this 1x2 SU area on each grid. You really can't do anything. If you have 8 SU boxes, you can't really do anything with this little tiny area here. So it kind of belies Yeah, it shows you. It shows the SU cargo visualizer is useful for that. Useful for showing you what you can and can't do with your cargo ships. Also for comparison too. And it does show you exactly what will latch. Shows exactly what will latch. For example, like the Apollo. Let's just do the triage. If you go look at the triage, it says like you can only use like 2 SU boxes. Like, why does it? But 8 and 16s would you can't get them through the door. That's why the Apollo triage says 32, but it's only in 1x2 SU increments, because you can't get anything bigger than the 1x2s through the door. It seems like Cargo Running's most popular gameplay loop. It does work, Tanner Jack. It does work. I'll give it that. But there's people out there who do PvP and all sorts of other stuff. We were doing mining the other day. Dovakin's like starved citizen. Well, our character is getting kind of hungry. So we are hungry. And we were having some success with mining the other day. We were actually getting some stuff done.
You should be good to go.
Alert. Front crash close. Alert. Port crash.
You know, I should probably like refuel. Food truck. I have a couple of burritos in my inventory.
Deck crash close. Landing gear down. Landing complete.
All right, we got some quantum fuel. That's all I really need.
Quantum fuel 100%.
Just salvaging. Oh, the only problem is, going back to what Tanner Jack said on YouTube, cargo running seems like the most popular gameplay loop. Salvaging and mining. Salvaging and mining loop back around to cargo running, because when you're done salvaging, you're running cargo. But now they've added like refining to salvaging, which is kind of obnoxious. But it's for crafting, Vertigo. It's for crafting. Whatever. So now you have to go to the refinery to convert your rubble or your dust or whatever, your construction dust or rubble, your salvage rubble, into construction materials. And then you have to like put that into a cargo ship. Right? You excited for crafting? Not really. Do you know how many games have done crafting already since Star Citizen was announced and released? Way too many. Hell, Metal Gear. Like, Kojima released Metal Gear Solid 5, broke up with Konami, and then Konami released a crafting survival games absent of Kojima, before CIG even did any movement on crafting. So Vertigo, are you excited for crafting? Not really. There's tons and 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 tons of single player, multiplayer MMO games out there that have crafting as a gameplay loop. Crafting does not make a game good. No, not since Minecraft. Or like what, Terraria or something? Stardew Valley, maybe. But yeah, just we're well past the point where crafting makes a game good. It's how crafting like meshes with the rest of the gameplay and what it brings to the table. So I mean, we'll see. We'll see what Star Citizen turns into when they finally get crafting. I am not excited for it. Valheim, yeah, there's, like I said, there's, ever since Minecraft released, everybody's been like riding that crafting, survival, resource gathering loop. And Star Citizen is going to be the exact same. We're going to have the ability to craft everything you can imagine. Armor, weapons. They said ships, everything. You'll be able to craft everything in the game eventually. I figured they'd draw the lines at ships, but I'm assuming ship blueprints are going to be a gigantic pain in the butt. When will Star Citizen have crapping? I mean, we've been joking about that for years. Star Citizen poop gameplay. So I'm not really excited. I'm talking about it on the. I need to finish up that Clipper video. I managed to get another short done yesterday. Finished that thing up. But I talked a little bit about my lack of enthusiasm for crafting with the Clipper video I'm working on. Oh yeah, No Man's Sky. I mean, crafting is such an easy concept. You basically take stuff out of the player's inventory that is going to be used to make something. You delete stuff from the player's inventory, and then you add something to their inventory. That's basically crafting. A lot of games try to gussy it up with, like, mini-games. Make it feel like you're doing something. Some games, like No Man's Sky, you just, like, click on stuff, and eventually just something gets pooped out. So, I don't know. Like, I imagine, like, initially, like, you're going to get a crafting machine. You're going to make like, P4ARs or P8s, SCs or something. Or, like, Apocalypse Arms, like, railgun or something. Or an ADP armor set. That's going to be the initial rollout. Hey, Rob. Nice to see you. That's going to be, like, the initial rollouts of crafting. What feature am I hyped about? I guess Genesis, right? The new planetary tech, because we'll get more planets in Star Citizen, and that's kind of like the whole point of Star. That is like the foundational tech in Star Citizen. Everything revolves around planets and whatnot. More sandbox stuff, base building, I guess. Some actual sandbox stuff where players get to claim land and build bases and shit. Hopefully it'd be better than Starfield's base building, which was just there to be nothing. Like, you could manufacture stuff in Starfield for no fucking reason. I mean, you can manufacture stuff, and you can make these really complicated supply chains to manufacture stuff, and then, like, sell to vendors and just make infinite money, but the vendors only have so much money in their inventory, so you can sell one at a time. Jav this year, I mean, CIG could possibly do it. We got the Idris out last year. You thought the Idris was bad. Wait till CIG releases the Javelin and you have to, like, do a bounty on someone flying a Javelin through Stan. Don't know how the hell you're going to kill that thing without, like, an Idris or another Javelin of your own. Come to think of the Javelin is probably big enough. Like, you'd actually have to be within, like, the field of fire of its main cannons to actually interdict it. If you wanted to prevent it from entering Quantum. You're within the danger zone. Danger zone! You're just saying, just instead of, like, trying to fight the Javelin, I mean, you could just leave. You don't have to, like, exit the menu. You can just, like, walk away from it. You show up, see a Javelin over at Hathor, and it's just like, oh, that's my bounty? Like, eh. Knowing CIG, of course, the Javelin's going to be vulnerable to, like, the size 3 bombs. A single Gladius with bombs will kill it in atmosphere. Of course, the Javelin's not supposed to be able to enter atmosphere. So we'll see how that works out, though. See how that works out for them. All right, here we go. Yep, Spiffy Joe Bob. There's a name I haven't seen in a while. Nice to see you. Nice to see you again. What I'm thinking I'm gonna do is I'm gonna head into Nick's Gateway. We're gonna drop all this shit off. Then we'll probably head to Levski and like pull some shit out of Levski. I mean, if the jab doesn't move very quickly, you'll be able to just land on the damn thing, right? And just burn your way through like an airlock. I mean, okay, keep in mind, Rob, this is the Star Citizen player base. These motherfuckers buy $3,000 JPEGs. No one's ever accusing these guys of being smart. How are you gonna hijack a moving javelin? Maybe it's not moving. Maybe that son of a bitch decided to get out and like walk around the damn thing at Hathor. Literally parked the thing at OM1 and decided to take a tour of the damn thing. Motherfuckers will fly solo through the pyro system. And then go onto Reddit when they get interdicted. And complain about PvP in their game that has PvP in it.
Alert. Front crash close. Alert. Deck crash.
It's going. It's going, Smiffy Joe. We got the collection event done, mostly thanks to Rob buying like, what was it, 200 units of pressurized ice for me at Ruin Station. Hey, Vertigo, do you just want to cheese this collection part of the event? Yes, please. Because I was doing mining to complete that, because I couldn't buy any of the resources that they wanted. So I just had to go to, like, I tried buying some stuff at Bexlighted Pyro, and, like, I was able to get a little bit, but none of that stuff was in stock in any substantial amounts. So Rob just like, hey, Vertigo, here's just some, here's just 200 units of pressurized ice. You can turn it in for me. I mean, it's basically the Race for Stanton 2 Electric Boogaloo. I'm basically doing it for the crafting machine. Terminal camp, bottom pile, layer night, sitting down with forest increments. Yeah, I mean, you can do that. There's nothing anybody can stop you from doing. Like, you could just camp the terminal and just keep buying the layer night as it refreshes. Hell, you could probably write a script to do it for you. Yep, Resource Drive 2, the boxing continues. It's absolutely nothing special. It's not Stormageddon, it's not the ASD facility. The ASD stuff, the Onyx ASD stuff was amazing. And then, of course, we go right back to the slinging boxes. Or you could just throw a box at a box at the javelin. That'll probably kill it. All right, gotta make sure everything gets latched. All right, so here comes the fun part, unloading. Oh yes, punching, because there's no... The game does not differentiate between the damage a fist does, a damage a pistol does, and the damage a ship weapon does. It's all damage at the end of the day. There's no fist weapon type in Star Citizen to make it so fists can't damage. A fist really shouldn't be able to damage a ship. There really should be like armor types that are resistant to like certain types of damage, or just straight up immune. Oh, Dovahkiin, yeah. Dovahkiin's quoting the old scripture to Vertigo. I remember playing back in 2.5. The first time the baby pre-P released. You had to make sure. Yeah, in Street Fighter, Rob. In Street Fighter, there was that level where you had to beat up a car. So what was I talking about? Yes, the old scripture. Back in the day when the Persistent Universe Baby PU first released, you had to make sure, you had to hope that nobody was on the landing pad when you spawned your ship, like the Caterpillar, the Constellation, the Starfarer. Because if you spawned your large ship, this was before ships locked when you spawned them. Yeah, imagine that. People would just steal your ship. Of course, like, claiming the insurance on the ship would despawn it out from underneath the person, and then you can just, like, get it back in a few minutes, because the insurance timers back then were not that punishing. But it was still kind of annoying, because, like, you still crash fairly frequently back then. And, like, you'd have a very limited window of time to actually play Star Citizen before you crash the desktop. Or back to menu or something. Or just, like, rebooted your PC before the PC. Your PC just rebooted. But yeah, you just spawn your ship and you see the marker suddenly just start flying away because someone got to your ship before you did. Because they wanted to fly your Retaliator and start blowing noobs up. So you had to, like, quickly run back to the ASOP terminal and, like, claim the insurance on the ship to stop them from doing nefarious evil deeds. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yep. Yeah, like, certain content creators had, like, timers of, like, how long... It was like Dark Souls with, like, number of deaths, except, like, how many crashes per minute, right? Minutes between crashes. It has been this long since the last crash. Oh yeah, well, I was the nice thing. That's one of the things that everyone misses about Port Olisar, Dr. Devious, is Port Olisar was easy to get into and it was easy to get out of. The problem is pad ramming, and stealing of ships was rampant with Port Olisar and its open space landing pads. The community, it wasn't the design of Port Olisar that was bad, it was the community that was. So CIG either had to, like, change Port Olisar, give everything, like, hangars, or, like, ramp up their enforcement of their terms of service. Yeah, I remember that. They actually had, like, a little security room where you could see if the airlocks were, like, toggled and whatnot. You got that was back when like the baby PU was like a lot smaller, and there was like maybe 6 missions to do. I'm still nostalgic for those days. Can you be nostalgic for a game that hasn't been released? Feels kind of disgusting when you say it that way, Vertigo. The good old days of Star Citizen. Grab that one. I really do need to make another video on how to like do like Star Citizen for noobs. I have a couple ideas for more Star Citizen for noob videos on the side of my monitor, and one of those videos needs to be like loading and unloading cargo using the Atlas. But I need to get that Clipper video done. But filing out a return ticket video. I mean, I could do a video on like how to file for a refund. I've done it before. I have literally asked CIG for a refund because I bought stuff, tried it out, realized like, yeah, I don't want this. I'm trying to remember what the hell I did. I think I bought a ship once, just to try it out, and I'm just like, nah, fuck this. I want my money back. There was something I did. Does anybody? I mean, some people still watch the Olympics. Point of national pride for some countries. Just because you don't watch it doesn't mean no one else does. Kind of a pain in the butt to like. As I get deeper into the ship, it gets harder to like fill up this back row. There should be a chili Olympics. I would win it. Like eating chili, like a eating contest. Or a chili making contest. Come on, get in. I think that's good enough right there. All right. There we go. You took the day off. Cool. We got Spiffy Joe Bob for the rest of the day. Or I should tell his bank holiday is up. You son of a bitch. You're supposed to go over here. I swear this game makes me so paranoid. I like try to set stuff down and it's just like, nope. You can't put that there. It's like the Bostons. You can't park that here. I don't know if I've ever seen that. It's like a running joke.
Hey, you guys can't park there.
Oh my God, shut the fuck up!
It's just fucking Boston's. Hey, you guys can't park there.
Hey, you guys can't park there.
Oh my God, shut the fuck up!
You alright, mate? You can't park there, sir.
You can't park there. Ugh. That's what the game's doing to me. You can't park that there, Vertigo. It's driving me crazy. I know I can't park here. Oh, see? Look. Look, it was right in the right spot, and then it just moved to the last second. Like I said, you can't park here. It's because like the tractor beam is lined up with your character's eyeballs, and if your character moves just a little bit, it changes where the box goes. Same thing with the conversation system and stuff. Who designed this horse shit? Chris Roberts, probably. I don't think I would mount like the interaction system to the character's eyeballs if I was in charge of a video game. Seems like such a back-asswards way to make it. Like your character moves just a little bit, and your interaction, the place you enter, the thing you want to choose to interact with moves. No. I'd rather have it like the interaction prompts on the character's like the options on the character's camera, attached to the camera, like every other fucking video game in existence. Oh yeah, I would love to be able to like pick up a whole bunch of crates and just like toss them in. I've talked about that, like being able to like lasso a chunk of crates, have them move together as a unit. It would make this so much easier, like reduce the amount of repetitive strain injury you get. Speaking of like moving together, what the hell happened to my buddy that was going to help me move today? We had some guy in chat who was like, "Hey, Vertigo, want some help moving crates?" I was like, "Yeah, add me to your friends list." So I accepted his friends invite, and then he hasn't shown up. I haven't heard anything from him since. I guess he's gonna stream snipe me with his buddies from Briefernet. I don't know what the hell's going on there. Well, it's a little too late because like the cargo's already delivered. No, the trolleys still exist. They're still trying to make trolleys a thing in Star Citizen. Well, I got your friends thing. I figured he'd like join my server and something, and like we'd figure something out after that. I don't know, maybe I was distracted. There we go. Suppose, like, a long time ago, Maxed, they were supposed to, like... they were supposed to do, like, hover trolleys at some point, but those never materialized. For some reason. Alright, we're done here. And what the fuck am I looking at? Oh my god, I can't watch this animation. Who thought that was a good idea? Alright, so I have to remember what this guy's name is. It was something, not Cuddy. Yep, we're missing one box, I think, which is fine. We'll just turn the order in partial. Where'd that one box go? I don't know. It's just how it works. We should be able to do a partial. I hope. Yeah, see, submit. So yeah, I can't remember how much we had last time. I probably should have taken a screenshot of this shit. My character does need some water. Yeah, you just can't let the boxes touch the ground. They have to snap every time. Okay, sorry. I was drinking. I wasn't expecting a share to come through. Trying to like take care of my character. And there's no like pending thingy for okay, here we go. There's no pending thingy for shared missions. Would be nice one of these days to have like, oh, this so and so sent you shared you a mission. Would you like to accept it? And it goes into like a message queue or something. I don't think there's anything here I can take out of this. I think I just have to go straight to Levski. Hello? Okay, one thing at a time here, Sir Cuddy. I'm looking for missions right now. I'm not going to close my mobile glass to check because I want to look for something first. We're going to be here all fucking day with me flip-flopping through my mobile glass to figure out what the fuck's where. I want to complete one thought today. New Babbage, Orison, Interstellar Spaceport. I don't think Magnus Gateway has any pickups. New Babbage, yeah. A lot of his stuff is the pickups are New Babbage. I'm not going to go back to New Babbage. I'm going to go, yeah. I'm going to Levski, because Levski's like the closest point to here. Alright, did I get in a mission? No, I didn't. I thought I hit the accept button. Let's go to party. There you go. This time I pressed the button far more forcefully, which seemed to have worked. Even though I pressed the button before, less forcibly. Completed! Look at that. Hey, this time we actually have a screenshot so we can see what the hell we got. Let's see here. Open new paints. Looks like we got a little bit. Hey, Ludarks, welcome. Nice to see you. So we got 258, 2858. That's what we got on the new one. The old one was 2633. No, cancel that. Don't do that. 2858. Subtract 2633. 225. And we're going to open up a Google Sheets. Do you want to trade run log, or do we want to do new? Let's see here. What the fuck would it call this? I guess. That was a small cargo. $225. Let's see here. Small. Creds was like what? That was like what, 8 SU? Can't remember how much it was. We can look at the thing here. History was 6. How much was the creds on that thing? It doesn't say. I can't remember. Of course, we had the large cargo. I probably could go look at what the large cargo paid out, but it would be like a partial. All right, so next is Levski. You think it was like 40? There you go. So the way the cargo missions works is going to be like points per run. And how quick the runs are. Not necessarily like per SCU. So if you could find a run that you can do really quickly. That's going to give you your best return on points. And this is where you like, engineer the fun out of Star Citizen. And of course, with like, you can't be really sloppy with loading and unloading because like the game will just delete cargo straight off the floor or midair.
Landing gear up.
Anybody know about the Razor EX on stealthing? Is pretty much the stealthiest little ship. It is. If you can get like A-rated stealth stuff on the EX, it's basically invisible until visual range.
Shields off.
That is a Polaris. Yeah, I mean, there you can go look at Urkel or SP Viewer, and you can like mess with the things there. It actually shows you like cross section. From my understanding, the biggest problem with a lot of ships when it comes to stealth is their cross section. You can't hide cross section, and the Razor EX has an absolutely tiny cross section, and as a result, it's like whatever stealth equipment you put on it lowers the emissions lower and lower and lower. Gets to the point where your cross-section, usually on a lot of ships, your cross-section would really prevent you from being truly stealthy, like the Cutlass Black, for example. Because you can get your emissions, your infrared and IR emissions below what your cross-section shows off. But because your cross-section is so massive, that's what ships are going to detect when they scan for you. And the Razor EX's cross-section is so small that the lower you can get the EM and the IR, the better and better the ship gets. Combat-wise, who gives a shit? But it's a perfect infiltration ship if you want to go someplace without, like, setting off a whole bunch of alarms and whatnot. There's a lot of abandoned ships here. Why the absolute fuck is my guns on right now? I don't need any power to my guns. And the Razor EX is perfect for that. One of the ideas I had for it was like to use as delivery ships for like the component cards for like the executive hangars. You could leave your component key cards back at like Checkmate or something. And instead of bringing the cards with you when you go to the executive hangars, you can bring your team up with whatever ships, fight over the executive hangars, infiltrate the executive hangars, check on the timers, and if the timers are about ready to pop, you can backspace to Checkmate, and then bring a Razor EX in with the comp cards in your inventory. Same thing, you can go to Hathor with it. I can't see a goddamn thing. I will say that they had a great idea of adding, like, having other ships in the thing with you is actually pretty immersive. It does look pretty cool. Having other players traveling the jump point with you. think this is next. All right. I mean, the EX is not that hard to purchase in game, quite honestly. So we're gonna do a. What do we do? Delivery. We're gonna do this because I need a jump point. Or a waypoint to avoid a direct path. We're taking the advice of our video that we released to our Patreons about doglegging, and instead of going straight for Levski, which would be a trap, we're gonna dogleg to another location. No, I don't want to go Pyro Gateway, you motherfucker. I'm gonna go to this goddamn wreck site. The snare on the Mantis is so tiny compared to what Star Citizen can put out. You have still yet to do an exec hangar or the like. There's really not much reason to do an executive hangar other than just like for the content to hang out with people. It's all right. All your exes live in Texas. That sounds like a line from like a country music song. Guy moved to Tennessee from Texas. All my exes live in Texas. Don't want to go back. Can't go back. Tried living in Phoenix, but it was too hot. There we go. And that avoids putting us on a direct line from Stanton Gateway to Levski, so we don't get interdicted. And we can use that mission marker to get out of here, too. Now, there is no... I mean, it is possible for us to get, like, interdicted when we get to Levski, because... Well, the quantum interdiction device has a maximum radius... Or, sorry, a maximum diameter of 20 kilometers. Radius and diameter are two different things, Vertigo. So what are we doing? We're doing stuff. Oh, you were continuing this song? Okay. Cool. It's probably a song I've heard a long time ago, but I can't remember the lyrics. When he said the Phoenix, right? I would figure we were talking about, like, the RSI Phoenix. The Constellation Phoenix.
Quantum travel complete.
There's a real possibility, like, me getting, like, quantum jammed. Like, here. Like, instead of getting interdicted, getting quantum enforcement, someone slaps me with a Mantis. Oh, there's something there. That is a Mantis. Or it could be a meteor. Surprised they didn't make the meteor go, like, insect theme. I think it's a meteor or a mantis. That's a whole sea, I think. Got a whole seas on the exterior. I mean, it's gonna happen, Rob. You're joking about it, but I feel that I'm gonna run over a goddamn box coming in here. There's always debris in this tunnel. Snakes 95. Another whole sea. Gotta be careful when we come out of here because there are... Okay, where is our landing zone? Oh my god, a blue marker in a blue solar system with blue landscaping every fucking where. Who thought that was a good idea?
Alert. Front crash close. Shields on.
Maybe Chris Roberts has the blues. Maybe he likes the blues. He's a blue guy. Maybe he likes the Blue Man Group.
Alert.
Oh shit, get in, it's closing.
Crash close. Alert. Starboard crash close.
Why would you close the door on me, dipshits?
Alert. Deck crash.
Well, we got in.
Landing complete.
Alright, now we need to line up with the elevator. Because reasons. Hey, at least you see a lot of C2s running around. That's kind of cool, though. And hull seas. See a lot of cargo ships. Very busy port. We can do a better job.
Engines off.
All right. Contract offers priority. Take a look what we got here for. Nope. Cryopod 70. These cryopods are nasty to deliver. Interstate medium from Levski, molding to mold samples. Is that it? Do. Parachute extraction. I thought like certain missions were supposed to unlock as you manage to do stuff. I don't know. I haven't seen these special missions show up. There's the big one. Yeah. How do you use the external elevators on the stations? Well, you have to find the ones that don't want to impound your ship, unfortunately. I found out the hard way one time. But yeah, like a lot of them will have like impoundment warnings. Detectable from 3. Yes. It's basically a 1-to-1. Every point of emission is basically 1 meter. It doubles. It's different depending on the ship you're going up against. Bigger ships have better sensors, so they'll detect you from farther away. So stealth is less. Stealth is less effective against bigger ships. So I think on size 2 scanners, it's like 1.5 last I heard. So it multiplies your emissions by, you get an extra 50% emissions against like a Vanguard or something. And then like size 3 sensors, which is like most really big ships, it's like it doubles your emissions for the determination of like how far away you can detect. Let's see here. Cargo, defenses, radar. Here we go, radar. Radar piercing, IREM. Don't know what RS is. Decibel, I'm assuming that's noise. So I'm assuming you get like a 90% boost or something. Radar sensitivity. Okay, so it's 90%. So it means like, okay. I'm guessing. Got an itchy ear here. I'm guessing that whatever your emissions are, 90% of your emissions is what this thing sees. So let's look at the Saber. %80 for this guy. I have no idea what radar piercing does. But yeah, okay, so they've changed the stats a little bit on how this stuff works. So I'm assuming, and assuming is a pretty dangerous, pretty dangerous. So it's 80% of whatever the listed value is, what determines whether you're detected or not. Hey, realize JPEGs? I think decibels is literally decibels. Like, because DB has a 0% on the sensor here, so I'm assuming there are some sensors that can pick up noise and some that can't. Why would a spaceship want to be able to pick up noise? Radar piercing, I'm assuming, is your ability to cut through like distortion and whatnot. Like the gas clouds will cover ships. Or like the noise, the countermeasure, the noise countermeasure, which releases like this gigantic cloud of noise that you can hide in. If we look at the constellation. Like I said, I haven't really seen someone sit down and explain this stuff, so I don't know exactly how it works. Yeah, 90%. That's what, a size 2? A long time ago, these worked a little differently. I don't know if, like, DPS calculator has a slightly different... Let's look at the interest P. Size 3 grade A. Okay. So that's 100%. So I'm that's 95%. So a long time ago, you used to get bonuses depending on the size of your ship. Yeah. Just has sensitivity ratings here. 80%, 80%, 80%. So I'm just assuming that size 1 scanners they can only detect 80% of whatever your listed emission is. So it gives you that buffs your stealth capabilities against size 1 ships. So it looks like we don't have a large hauling mission from Levski. We only have like mediums and like other shit here. This one we have like the small samples. International base spaceport, international base spaceport. Basically, we could take everything to like New Babbage. There's also one with like the coffins as well. Those coffins were a pain in the ass to deal with. Yeah, cryopods from Levski. Mold samples. More mold samples. More cryopods. It's Levski to New Babbage Interstellar Spaceport. So you only have 4 missions. So what we're going to do is... We're not going to be gone that long. So we can just, like, pop out of the ship. Take a break, because it's about that time. You stretch your legs. Exit ship. Oh, hey. Snow Cuddy. Good, let's see here. Do we just want to, like... Nah, we'll just take a break. Alright, so I'm gonna head to the bathroom. Stretch your legs, use the facilities, stretch your legs, get a snack from the pantry. We'll be back in a minute, so don't go anywhere. We're back. Now, we can get on Discord since we're both in the same location. And then we could just like start loading stuff up. People are blowing up. You know, there we go. Love to be able to scroll. This one's way too big, yeah. So cryopods. What is the cryopod one? So from Levski to International Spaceport for that one, yes. Please. Let's take them all. This all goes to the same fucking place. And this one is mold samples. Levski to new average. That one up. And since we have two people, like it'll split pretty good between the two of us. Cryopods from Levski. Calcium ring. All right, looks like we got it all. Yeah. Okay. So we got 4 missions to share. Oh boy. Okay. Actually, I have to open up the thing first. All right. First, share. And won't let me click anything else for some fucking reason. Oh, there it goes. There's the first one. That's done. Share that one. Share that one. Share that one. Alright. There's all 4 missions. Where's our Alliance of 8 events? Then print screen that as well. Save that for later. Ask him if he's got them. Oh no, my banana's kind of mushy. Bought them greener. Okay. Probably need to bring the boxes up. I need to stack them. Almost could make banana bread with that banana. Oh, yeah. I don't know if he could bring this stuff up, but... It's still doing the exact same thing. I mean, feel free to grab a tractor beam. Oh, cool. Just fell through the bottom of the ship. No, I did not want to pick that cryopod up. Let's see, we could probably start bringing some of the cryopods up. Hello? What? Let me help you with that. Let me figure out where this is going to be going. There. What? What the fuck is happening over here? What is this garbage? Whatever, it's fine. Let me help you with that. Something like that. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. He's actually stacked quite high. Ah, brilliant. Getting knocked over by their own cargo pod. Happens to me all the time. That's why I'm wearing the Atlas suit. So I don't have to worry about that. I know, Jirla. Not everybody has like over 10,000 hours in Star Citizen to get good at Tetris. Come on. Grab another one. There we go. Yep, now you just stack them wherever they fit. Oh, no. I know, right, Rob? Like... Okay, so I can't grab the rest of this for some reason. Oh, oh, oh! Oh, there we go. Have to be in the thing to do it. I'm afraid of dropping this thing. It's going to get deleted. Okay, can I grab anything out of there now? Over here. No. Okay, so there's some weird thing going on with the cargo rack. Just toss them. There's a very good chance if you toss them, Rand print, it deletes them. Very, very good chance. Now, for some reason, the Atlas does not want to register these boxes. Do it the hard way. I guess you can, yeah, just pull them out. What Cuddy's doing. Yeah, but this patch, for some reason, just, like, tossing boxes across the hangar. Or just... There we go. I just letting them go, letting the tractor beam go. I think that one disappeared. I'm not entirely sure. Just letting the tractor beam go after you pick something up is enough. Yeah, my first one I did of these was 69 to 70 as well. Yeah, see this one that didn't latch properly? Like, that was like a potential loss right there. Also, the tractor beam is super unpredictable. Goes nuts. Fucking Benoit is telling us, like, on Star Citizen Live, like, oh yeah, best fucking netcode ever. In fact, the more player you have in an area, the better the server does. Like, I don't know about that, Benoit. Yeah, well, yeah, we were doing, yeah. I'm gonna get out and start stacking these guys. Exactly the same thing that happened last time I was here. It has to be like the number of people, like, at this location is causing this problem. All right, there we go. Now we can get back in the Atlas. Start getting this stuff up here. And look at the ceiling because I can't watch this entrance animation. This is... ugh. There we go. I mean, good thing these guys are on ice. Really good thing that these guys are on fucking ice. They can't feel a goddamn thing. Yeah, I mean, I pressed the button to get it latched into place, and it just changes position at the last possible minute. It's like, here we go. Like, it's gonna latch. Nope, it's not gonna latch there. I don't know why. No! Oh, I did it again. Come on, latch it. Place. There we go. I wasn't even aiming at that. Gigantic pain in the butt. Oh my god, no, not the Atlas! We need that. I know I could probably put that up higher, but this is good. All right, let's get the Atlas back up and running. Do I kind of wear my trench coat over a flight suit again? I have no idea. They talked about that a while ago. Starwear, was it? Whatever's going on with Starwear, I have no idea. Huh? No. That ended up underneath me. All right, so now... Wait, did we lose one of the boxes? Or did he move it? I think maybe he moved it up. All right, so let's move this stuff. For some reason, there's like an invisible wall here. I can't grab this stuff. What the heck's going on here? So we'll just move this stuff up front. Yeah, for some reason there's like an invisible wall right here. As far as like the cargo system's concerned. Alright. The last little bit into the machine. Ah, not into the thing. Some sort of mutated chicken that has like 16 drumsticks. Yeah, I could see that. It'd probably be like some sort of insect, like a millipede or something. I would imagine. Like a centipede or millipede. What do they call that? What do they call that diet where you eat like insects? I remember Hard Space Shipbreakers introduced me to the word. All right, let's get out here. We're probably missing a few boxes. But that's just kind of how it is. This patch. I would imagine. You think we could mod the I think it would be easier to mod like some sort of large insect that had multiple legs. To have like more drumsticks per animal. Come on, get in. Jeez. All right, let's get a refuel before we head out, because we're going to be traveling all the way to New Babbage. But I'm just thinking giant genetically engineered insects, right? I mean, yeah, like you got to think of in the future, right? It's the future. You can have giant insects that have like drumstick legs. Oh my god, this third-person camera is killing me. There we go. Okay, maybe we can genetically modify shrimp to taste like chicken, Vertigo. Wait, shrimp doesn't taste like chicken to you? What does shrimp taste like to you, Rand Prince? Shrimp, it tastes like shrimp, Vertigo. It tastes like chicken to me. Whatever it is, quantum beacon, so we don't get interdicted. Heading out of Levski.
Quantum travel engaged.
What if we genetically engineered sardines to taste like chicken, and then we pureed them and put them into like chicken molds?
Quantum travel complete.
Alright, so this may get a little hairy. Don't know how this is gonna work. It'll be low-key. If it was like dystopian, like 1960s, 1970s, they'd be like pureeing like children or something. Soylent Green, Logan's Run, that kind of shit. Eating like human babies would be like a delicacy. I remember an episode of Stargate SG-1 where that was a thing. Those files is traumatic. I remember there was an episode of Stargate SG-1 where the team was stranded on a forest planet fighting this really badass mercenary that was hired by the Ghoul. It was like the first or second season or something. Could have been more than the fourth season. But they were trapped on a planet fighting this mercenary the Gould hired to hunt down the team. And the mercenary was actually really good at like taking the team on. I can't remember how they got out of it. They like negotiated or had bought their way out or something. But the guy was drinking this weird blue water. It was probably like Powerade or something at the time, blue Powerade. And it turned out it was like liquefied remains of like the rest of his civilization, but he had to drink it in order to like live or something. It was like the Gould's punishment for his people like rebelling. All right, where the fuck is... I'm going the wrong way. Oh, it's right here. Okay, we may have to go through Pyro to get through here. Of course, Pyro could always be camped too. Seeing if there's anything here that we should be worried about. Well, so far we haven't gotten target locked, so that's a good sign. There's a lot of stuff here. There are some contacts in front of us. Helps Black. Aurora. I don't know if anybody else remembers that episode of Stargate SG-1. Dude was like drinking like the liquefied remains of his people. Remember the episode of Stargate SG-1 where that one guy was fighting the team and doing a really good job? The Gould hired him, he was a mercenary. And he was drinking this blue shit, this blue water stuff. And it turned out it was like the liquefied remains of his people. Because his people rebelled against the Gould. And that was like his punishment to live like the end of his days. Fighting for the Gould and like having to drink like the remains, like the cerebral cortex of his people liquefied to stay alive. You've never seen an episode of Stargate SG-1? You a fucking like zoomer over here. Fucking kids these days, they don't appreciate classic sci-fi, classic science fiction. I think we're in the stand system. I'm not entirely sure. This actually looks like Levski still. Yeah. Motherfucker.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Just drops me right back out. Right back in Nyx. It was not a very memorable episode. Like I said, it was Captain Jack O'Neill and the team get stranded on a planet fighting a dude, and like the most memorable part of it was like the dude drinking this blue shit, and it's just like, oh yeah, this is the like remains of all my dead people. These are all my people being ground up and turned into like Kool-Aid, and I have to drink this every day or I die. That was like the most memorable part of it. It wasn't like the episode where they get the ZPM. And like fight back against Anubis with like those drone things. Hopefully this works. Get to the stand system. Well, I see the Cutlass Black. That's a good sign. Cutlass Black's over by Microtech, I think. Oh, I think it's over by Crusader. Come on, Crusader. Well, the skybox is a slightly different color of puke. There's our corp. All right, we're out of there. All right, let's head over to Microtech, but we're not going to go over to Microtech. We're actually going to zigzag because that's the thing you're supposed to do. I made a video about that just recently, so we're going to go to this mining base instead. Just give someone to grind up their family, put an antidote to a poison you gave them with. Yeah, that was actually a plot. What the fuck? Why can't I move my head? Wanted to go to that stupid mining site, but for some reason it's not letting me. All right, we're good. And normally I have the ability to free look, but for some reason I don't. Yep, zigzag to avoid griefers. Yep. I have a video out on my Patreon, like right now. It should be up tomorrow on my YouTube channel. It's a YouTube short explains everything about zigzagging. It is a very simple technique that I literally could just demonstrate in minutes. The short is like 2 minutes long. Only the Mantis can rip ships out of quantum, and it only has a radius of 20 kilometers. I'm sorry, not radius, diameter of 20 kilometers, which is infinitesimal, considering Star Citizen is the scale of gigameters. So all you need to do is pick a slightly different direction to go in. Go for a little while, and then go to the place you want to go, and that will... appreciate the YouTube. We're trying to build the YouTube following more, so we're doing more videos on the YouTubes. And that's what we spent all day doing yesterday, is working on that video, trying to get... There was a very specific segment that took me quite a while to work on, trying to figure out... Because I'm learning how to use the editing software while I'm making videos, and it's not a very efficient process. Because I get an idea of how I want to present the information visually, and it's just like, okay, how do I do this? And so I have to go watch a bunch of tutorials, and I have to kind of mess around with the program to see what I can do. And then sometimes you'd have to do a half measure. It's like, okay, I can't do that because it's not working very well with the footage I have compared to the footage they have. Or they have the pro version of the software, which has like this AI bullshit bundled with it that's much more efficient. So I have to use like the old style method, which uses point tracking or color tracking, which is more finicky. I agree, Rob. Like the 20 kilometer radius, the 20 kilometer diameter bubble works better with 3.0. When Stanton was just Selin, Daymar, Yella, and Delamar. When that was all Star Citizen was, the Mantis worked a hell of a lot better. But now that now that we have like Pyro, now that we're starting to get Nyx, and we have all of Crusader now, 20 kilometers is not enough. All right, Jonelle, have a good night, man. Perhaps we'll see you later. Even I have to admit 20 kilometers. Even though I hate piracy in Star Citizen, I have to admit, like, you're not going to do anything with the Mantis once you know how to dogleg. Once you know how to zigzag, that thing is fucking useless. Because you'll never interdict me on my flight path here unless you know I'm going to this base. And as long as I keep choosing a random base to go to from like the Nyx Gateway, as when I come out of Nyx Gateway, if I pick a random place to jump to first for a few, you know, 1,000 meters, that's all you really need, or 1,000 kilometers. And then you go to a different part of Microtech, one of the moons, maybe one of the rest stops near Microtech, or one of the mining bases around Microtech. If you do that, the Mantis will never get you on your way to Microtech. And then once we get close enough to this mining base, we drop out of Quantum, and then we go to Microtech itself. The places you're most likely to get interdicted by a Mantis is like when you're really close to your destination, or you're really close to the place you're leaving. That's when like that 20 kilometer really means something. But basically, you'd almost have to be in visual range of the Mantis. You'd have to be able to see the Mantis at that point. They could double the bubble size of the Mantis, and it still wouldn't help. So yeah, you'd have to put a bubble like right on like Port Tressler, Everest Harbor, Bajini Point to rip people out literally within the side of the station. That's where the quantum interdiction bubble would be most effective once you know how this technique works. But even then, there'd be still ways around it. Coming in from like the opposite side, if you really wanted a dog leg, you could come in from the opposite side of the station. If you know which way, because the planets rotate, they don't orbit. The planets rotate, and once you figure out which way the station's facing, coming from the direction you're coming from, you could just try to arrive from the opposite direction by jumping to somewhere on the backside of the planet and then coming back around. That's a possibility. All right, so where is Microtech? It's probably gonna be the opposite direction of Vertigo. I see the moons. There it is. Also, never go all the way to the OM points. I found out the hard way. Oh, can I go right to Tressler? OM points are also another good place to set up ambushes. But you can just press and hold B to drop out of Quantum before you get to your destination. And we're going to New Babbage.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
All right, where is the DB? Where's the there it is. I see it. My fix for the Mantis would be like have a 1,000,000 kilometer interdiction bubble, and then it just moves whatever you interdict. It just moves it within 20 kilometers of the Mantis. Basically, doing what Rob says. Just it forcibly changes your course towards the Mantis. Jesus Christ, this is bright.
Quantum travel.
Need sunglasses. I don't even have my brightness really turned up.
Landing gear down.
Here we go. Got a spot all for you.
That's a lot less bright when I'm not looking through the goddamn cockpit. Explain that to me, CIG. I know, we do work. We have sunglasses, that's right, we do. I'm wearing my space helmet, so... Let's go ahead and activate SCM mode.
Shields on. Alert. Front crash close. Alert. Deck crash close. Alert. Deck crash close.
There you are. Welcome to New Babbage.
Welcome to New Baby Age. All right, so which one has the actual... Okay, that's it. All right, so let's get moved just a little bit. It's hard to like maneuver the ship this way. There we go. Yeah, that's good enough.
Engines off.
With the lumen on, I have a clip about that. Me turning on lamp mode while coming into Aberdeen in the daylight. It assaults your eyeballs. That's for sure. Hello? All right, let's start getting this stuff unpiled. Hathor is so dead this patch. Probably because everybody has everything they want from Hathor. I would imagine. I feel like we should have had more of those boxes. Was that 7? I thought there was like 8 of those. I have to check the contracts. 8 mold samples. Yeah, it was 8. 8 SCU. These are like what? 1. That's 8. There's another layer. What's the plan here? Unload? Unload, make some money. Oh my god, this thing is such a pain in the ass. No, no. I would love to be able to place this stuff a lot more precisely, but it just does whatever the fuck it wants to do. Like, I can't really control. Can't really control this crap. Yeah, I'm not... I don't know, I'm not really impressed by this, this mission, this event that CIG's got going on. It's pretty, we've been there, done that before. But Vertigo, we have new containers with people in them. Okay. That's cool. Oops. Sorry about that. It's really hard to control this thing. Yeah, I think I don't want to do these cryopod delivery missions anymore. These things are kind of... ugh. I'd rather deal with, like, 8 SU cargo containers. Started to wake up. I mean, they aren't. If you listen really closely, you can hear the screams. All right, come on. It's just really tedious to unload all these little boxes. Like I said, like having like a gigantic like tractor bundle. Bundling ability. Yep. Only fat guys in cryopods. Burger Kings. Yeah. That's right, folks. You've heard of Star Citizens, but have you heard of Burger Kings yet? And we're not even done with the goddamn... Yeah. Damn cryopods. Even more. That's one of the reasons why I don't like doing cryopods. There's a lot of them, and they're really fiddly to deal with. Yeah, not Cuddy agrees with me. It's fine if that's all you're dealing with. If all you're dealing with is like one, like all the red pods. If that's all we were dealing with out of here, fine, whatever. But you're not. Like I have a C2 and I want to fill the entire thing up, getting out of If there is a way to auto-unload this stuff, I would love to know it. I'd imagine there's like some sort of auto turn-in when you store the ship. Never bothered looking for it. Considering, like, I'm not exactly looking for the money for this mission. I'm looking for, like, point progress, and if anything. And I said it last year, and I'll say it this year again. The ASD stuff that CIG, the ASD Onyx stuff and Stan that CIG released is going to be really hard to top. I really, my conspiracy theory is they ripped that straight from Squadron. It was a Squadron 42 asset that they repurposed into a mission for Star Citizen. No, I didn't. I wasn't even aiming that shit, and it still grabbed that stupid box. For sometimes it's just like, nope, it ignores like the box that you're aiming at and grabs the thing behind the box you're aiming at. For some reason. Okay, almost done. Oh. Give him a chance to catch up. Uh-oh. Oh, okay, you got it. You figured it out. Oops. In my defense, he wasn't standing there when I sent it. He decided to move into my target area. Alright. Send another one down. You having trouble getting the boxes out? What's going on up there? You should consider subscribing if you don't want any ads. At least on Twitch. Not sure about how YouTube works with live streaming. Alright. You don't have to be, like, too careful here. As long as everything gets in, it'll be fine. Alright. I think we're good to go there. Nothing left in the hold. Check underneath the ship. Make sure nothing fell through. Doesn't look like it. Yep, we're missing one cryopod. Somehow. Yeah, well, there'd be less people in YouTube chat if more people were in YouTube chat. Just sad. Oh, well, we're trying our best. And we'll just, like, submit that one. Alright, so we go to journal over here. Alliance Aid. We're almost 50%. I feel like we should have made more progress. I really do. On that one. We're up to 4471 from 25. Yeah. 4471. Subtract 2858. Made 1,613 points. Okay. And that was only a partial. CL Kakati
just subscribed.
Thanks for subscribing. From Levski. I appreciate it. So stacking gave us 1,600 points. How many credits did we get? Luckily, we could actually scroll down and see just, let's see, this is 2 that, so we got that. We were splitting the mission with Cuddy for 39205, so we probably got half of what we were supposed to get. Which is, again, like, I'm a millionaire, so what the fuck do I care? I have all the money I need in Star Citizen. 116867. Subtracts 11686785. We made 200,000. Yeah. So I really don't want to do Levski missions anymore. The dealing with a lot of little boxes is a pain in the butt. Let's take a look at our priority contract here, if we have anything better. Pressurized, Laranite, Bexelite, yeah, usual shit. 6-7. Don't you fucking start with that 6-7 horse shit. The problem with the small missions, you have to be able to stack them. Wait. Here's one that's 6 SU from Riker Memorial to Port Tressler. That right there. That's amazing. Because that's like, what, 300 points? Right to our spreadsheet? Yeah, 255. 225. That's easy. That's an easy one to do. Magnus Gateway? Nah, it's too far away. We haven't figured out these large ones. So how do we do this small one? I know where Hurl 2 is. Spaceport Area 18. What is that? A medium? R2L, Corp L2. How come this one doesn't have a price? It was no Buovich to Mike 1 and Herschel L4 very comfy. Crusader L4. First in L5. There's Levski at Tisa Spaceport. I don't want to go to Levski. There's Microtech L3. I want to do a medium. I want to do at least a medium. Magnus Gateway. I definitely want to do this one. From Riker. No, we're not at Riker. So that's not going to work. I'm going to do a large. So I want to figure out what the large pays out. From Tisa Spaceport to L2. Crusader L4. Where's Cruel 4? Oh, it doesn't help me. I need to make a fucking star maps. That's the opposite side of the system. Gale 4 is opposite of Microtech. Well, I think the algorithm that uses to determine has a minimum radius, so you can't just do like a quick hop from like Microtech to like Microtech L2 and then make 500 credits, 500,000 credits. Like there's definitely a minimum radius for this stuff. Yeah, R-Corp L4. I would, like I said, I would do a large. Girl 2 is probably your best bet. That's Tisa Spaceport. Wait a minute. Port Tressler, Tisa yeah, that's Tisa Spaceport's right by Purston. August Dunlow, that's Orison. Tisa Spaceport. Arc L1. Well, I know where Arc L1 is. That's way too much. We can't fit that stuff here. Crusader L4. That's probably the one we have to go for. It's Area 18. Magnus Gateway is really far out there. Levski. I don't want to go to fucking Levski. Okay. So we're probably gonna do a medium or a large scale haul. Area 18 to Magnus, no. L4. L4 is probably gonna be our best bet. I haven't been to Crusader L4 in a long time. So let's go ahead and accept that one. And then we're only gonna take this one. If for some reason I can't share it. I don't know if we're in a squad anymore. If Cuddy's with us. Yes, I did finish Dispatch. I finished it in one stream. The game was about 7-8 hours long, which honestly is perfect for a very heavily story-focused game. It doesn't overstay its welcome. Okay, that's fine. We're just gonna keep grinding, I guess, today. And I would like to do a review of Dispatch, but like I said, I have like other videos I need to get finished first, so like the Dispatch review is gonna have to wait. But the short of it is, like, Dispatch is one of those games where you just watch a Let's Play. There really is no gameplay to Dispatch other than like the choices you make with like various conversations with characters, and there's like some 15-second review. So there's not a lot of gameplay when it comes to Dispatch. There's like some managerial choices with like some of the characters when you get into the actual gameplay portion. Honestly, Dispatch does not need to have a lot of said about it. And honestly, like I was going to bring that up. Was like the game parts are actually the worst part of Dispatch. Like unironically, like not joking, dead fucking serious. The game parts of Dispatch were the weakest parts, especially the QuickTime events during the cutscenes. I played with the QuickTime events on, and honestly, it ruined the cutscenes for me because there was so much good shit happening during the cutscenes that I was trying to pay attention to, and then suddenly you have like a button prompt show up, like, oh shit, I gotta push buttons now. And so my ADHD is fucking me over because I'm trying to watch the cool action set piece they have, like watching Mecha Man like punch bad guys in the dick, and like you're having to press buttons and whatnot, and it's like you can't focus on like the cool animations and whatnot, and like the art style. And so that was kind of upsetting to me because I just wanted to sit back and just watch like an anime or something at that point. Oh yeah, the characters were great. The writing, the characters, the voice acting, like there was no weak spots in that part. It should have been like a fucking Netflix TV series or something, or like Amazon Prime Plus or whatever, you know, Paramount Plus or some horseshit. Oh, I can't store this thing. I can only destroy it. Well, there you go. That explains all of that. Yes, exactly. The art style was amazing. The voice acting had absolutely no weaknesses. Unlike MechWarrior 5 Clans, where Perez was like the best part of the entire game, you get to the DLCs and it's like, oh, bring back Perez. And they had like Perez for like a few seconds in like one of the Kodiak DLC. I think he showed up. Yeah, everybody did just an amazing job with the voice acting. The writing was great. It's one of those games where I really want to recommend, but unfortunately the game sucks. And you're honestly just better off just going watching someone's Let's Play where they just play the game and don't talk. Because you'll get the exact same experience. Unless you want, like, it's one of those where it's like, I want to recommend people buy the game to support the developers so they can make more of that stuff. But the game is basically just, you're watching a movie most of the time. It's all cutscenes. There's a great one called Freyren. Yes! Yes, I've seen bits of that. I hear it's amazing. Oh my god, this god damn it. Oh my lord, don't go outside the hangar. That would not be good. YouTube streamers, yeah. You know who aren't actors? Well, it was the people who did what was it? The Dungeons and Dragons bullshit that Jadehawk never liked. Matt Mercer. I can't remember the name of the group. Terrible with names. A bunch of people from Critical Role were in Dispatch, as well as Date Everything as well. But I thought everything was great in Dispatch, yeah. I really like Dispatch. I highly recommend it to anybody who likes games that are like story mode kind of style stuff. If you want to watch like an American like take on an anime, turn off the goddamn QuickTime events. Just so you can just like set your controller down, move away from the keyboard, and just watch the cutscenes. It's so much better if you don't have to push a fucking button, because it's so pathetically easy. The QuickTime events too. They just ruin what is a perfectly good cutscene, in my opinion. Like I know a lot of people like. There was like this thing years ago with like not Baldur's Gate, with the music is a little too epic right now. I need to pause it. There was a thing a while ago around Gamersgate that shit was happening, where you had one of the that wasn't Baldur's Gate, it was one of the not Mass Effect, it was Dragon Age. Dragon Age employees came out and said she doesn't really like playing video games, she just plays the games for the stories, and if she could have like the ability to turn off the game and just enjoy the story, the games would be so much better. Right? Not the weirdest game ever played. What was it? Rat Choker? Rat Shaker. Were you here when we played Rat Shaker for like 5 minutes? Firefly? That game, Rat Shaker, that game was like 15 minutes long. Rat Shaker was a weird fucking game. It's just fucking bizarre. There's a bunch of other ones that from guys like Dave Zeminski. I think it was Dave Zeminski. I follow him on Bluesky. I think he's the guy who made Dust or Dusk. But yeah, there's weird ass games out there, like our Shower with Your Dad simulator. The goat game. The goose game. What else? But yeah, I mean, just like I managed to do all of those QuickTime events basically flawlessly, but they were just distracting me from a perfectly good cutscene that was just brilliantly animated and voice acted. I didn't need that shit. So fucking easy. But anyways, yeah. But going back to my original story, like there was that gal from back in the Dragon Age. It was like Dragon Age 2 or something. And yeah. It was like Dragon Age 2. And she was like, I just want to play the games for the story. I don't even really like the gameplay. I just like the story. That's kind of how I feel about the QuickTime events and like in Dispatch. Like they just kind of ruin the story. They're just there, they're just kind of tacked on to give you some like engagement while you're watching a cutscene. I would have honestly gone for like the Mass Effect 2 and Mass Effect 3, like Paragon Renegade interrupts, where you just have like a window to like choose which action you want to do, and then that's it. Instead of having to like press buttons to like do You shower with okay, I can actually show this on stream. You haven't seen actually fuck it. I just go to fuck this. I can just go straight to Steam because it steams it up. Ah, yes, Ashes of Creation was actual scam. If people don't know what an actual scam looks like, Ash's Creation's it. Yeah. Shower with your dad. Has been excluded based on your preferences. Yes. Here you go.
The following trailer has been modified to suit American audiences.
I've ignored it. Do you still shower with your dad, Rob? It's just you play a little kid. You have to find your dad in the shower to shower with your dad. This is literally the game. That's it. That's the game. You play. It's like 4 keys. Where's Rat Shaker? There we go. This kind of requires Rat Shaker to okay. So
you asked and we delivered. The #1 best-selling rat solution in all of them is back. Introducing your one-stop solution to all of life's problems. Just hold, shake, and watch that meter rise. All your worries will be shaken off with ease. With Rat Shaker, you'll never have to reckon with what you've done. Shake, shake, shake that rat. No matter how much you shake, you'll never be free of what you've done.
It is a bizarre game.
You know what you've done.
It is
Have a rat-tastic day.
I just you start the game. I literally played this game for like 15 minutes, and it is like a 20-30 minute game tops. And you start the game out with a rat, you shake the rat, and like it tells you to go someplace. And it has overwhelming, because it's just bizarre. It has like very positive reviews. I don't even know who Sunsquirt Studios is, if they've done before. It's basically based on that meme. This fucking meme. This is what this game is based off of. It's based off this fucking meme. Right? Like, you sometimes see this meme, like, lying around. Like, photoshopped into various things. That's it. That's what this entire game is based around. But yeah, Dispatch, fine game. I wish I could recommend it to more people. But it's definitely one of those games where it's just like, well, if you're not really into like story-driven kind of ensemble cast, not really dating simulators. Like there is some dating in it, but not much. It can easily go very heavily into the dating sim. Management games. I don't even really know what to describe Dispatch as. It is kind of like a light novel. There you go, virtual novel. Right? A VN. An American version of a VN. Mutant Year Zero. I vaguely remember that one. I can't remember what it was all about. Was that the one where like everyone's like pigs or something? Oh my god. All the people died? Okay. So I vaguely remember hearing about that. I need to make sure that lined up properly. Yeah, that's kind of the problem with, like, this guy. Oh, you know what? I found out not long ago there's actually different tractor beams you can equip to your ships, too. Does anybody know that? Like the size 1 and size 2 tractor beams you can have on your ships, like the Zeus, the C1, even the new ship, the Hermes. There actually is different tractor beams you can equip to them that do absolutely nothing. I totally forgot there was actually, like, different tractor beams out there you could buy. What are we looking at here? Let's try Endless Legends. Actually, let's try the EVE Online. There you go. I know some of you have, like, fondness. But if we go to SC Ship Viewer, let's find a ship that has a tractor beam. How about the Hermes? It has flight blade, life support radar, missiles and bombs, remote turrets, bottom drive. Where is the tractor? There it is, sure grip. So yeah, you have, like, a bunch of different tractor beams, but they all have the same fucking stats. Actually, they have different lift stats, but who gives a shit? Distance max, sure grip S2. Actually, we've set, what does this have? Sure grip size 2. Yeah, near far radius 1 to 2. Force min max 1.5 to 135 kilonewtons. Distance min max 0.5 to 150. Has more force, roughly the same distance. Can we just get a compare here real quick? Or a ranking? Items. There we go. Tractor beams. Size 2. Here we go. Full strength distance. Range. So the sure grip size 2, which is what defaults on there. Max angle. Could be different. Max volume. Shutdown damage. Yeah, it's just like... Your biggest difference is like your max angle, which is like the sure grip PRS2, which has a bigger angle before it like breaks for the beam breaks. Has a shorter distance at 130 meters. Full strength distance is 65 meters. But everybody just uses the S2. This is the one that comes in by default. I can't remember if the Atlas has a different tractor beam. Oh no, I'm thinking of the Atlas Geo. The Atlas Geo has like a different mining head you can put on it. What if I go to this side? Yeah, we're gonna have to, like, set it down and then, like, pick it up, I guess. There we go. I guess we just had to be a little bit further back, maybe. Maybe not. And this is really awkward. Oh my god, it's gonna shove me through the goddamn wall. What a pain in the butt. Stuff is so goddamn obnoxious. All right, good, we got that. Come on, get in. I wish me too. I wish at least there was like a mode or a button you can switch. Friend. I miss Cuddy. Okay, bye, Cuddy. I was too busy wrapped up in my own stuff to notice Cuddy saying goodbye. But yeah, I wish there was like a mode you could turn on or something for like Atlas mode or something, which sucks the cargo right to you, and then you could set it down. Because sometimes you want more precision. Other times you just want like, okay, just set it down. All right, set it down where I'm pointing the crosshair. And they could have it like switching weapons. There you go, I've discovered. Because the tractor beam counts as a weapon, right? Technically. As far as the game's concerned, the tractor beam acts like a weapon. So whatever, you can select different modes based on the weapon. Or aim down sights by left-clicking or something. Right? Whatever, that's through the goddamn... Don't know how the hell that happened. Come here. But yeah, I want mode switching for all tractor beams. Handheld, Atlas, ship-based tractor beams. You can have the Atlas tractor beam work like the handheld tractor beams. You have the ship tractor beams and handheld tractor beams operate like the Atlas tractor beam. This is probably a case of like CIG spoiling us by giving us too many options. Pain leader, I know, right? Force us to use the hover trolleys. Why the fuck not? All right. Nope, I did not want you to go there. Just get the fuck out of my face. Holy shit. I don't know what the fuck causes this. You know what? You can go right there. We'll just, like, do it. We'll just do it by hand here in a little bit. Come on. All right, now we can get in. Nope. Nah, shit, didn't want to put that there. Get up in there. Go, 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 go. Good enough. Now, for some reason, it doesn't really want me to use, like, the cargo grid here. This would be a far more enjoyable experience if this tractor beam just wasn't doing where the hell this is. No, I didn't want to grab him. Is that correct? Is that not occupied? Yeah, it is. That's correct. Okay, cool. Only 8 more canisters to go. Okay. I can also, like, pull this guy out and put him up here. Now we have a spot for the Atlas. The low frame rate and the wobbly containers really kind of irritates me. Mostly the low frame rate. I don't know why you'd have such a low frame rate inside like a hangar that has no access to the outside, but here we are. Especially being exposed to it for like a while. That's another problem. Or when we get away from New Babbage, we won't have to worry about this crap anymore.
Thanks for visiting. Hope you enjoyed your stay.
Hope I enjoyed my stay too. Yep, we're taking the supplies to Isengard. Chickening knows exactly what's going on. All right. Honestly, like, going straight there, I don't feel like it's gonna be that bad of an idea. But we'll zigzag. Gotta practice what we preach.
Quantum travel engaged.
Whew, finally. Get out of that leggy mess. Alright, we'll stop here.
Quantum travel complete.
And away we go.
Quantum travel engaged.
Get some water. And we got 60 gigameters before we get anywhere. That's what people are complaining about now. Endless AI spawning. Is AI spawning again endlessly? Can we discuss this? By fun, it's not fun in my opinion. So, why does AI continue to spawn endlessly after a party has cleared an area of enemy combatants? At a very small sample location, ASC facilities, derelict outposts, Hathor incident locations, outposts and other POIs, Nantails bunkers. This is an AI post. There's too much formatting. Like right here, it's yeah. No one puts this much effort into a fucking post. And of course, he's got an AI, POI, PSP profile pic. CIG makes stuff spawn endlessly in order to challenge you. That's why. But I do agree, like, some of the underground facilities, like, once you kill everybody, they should just stop spawning so you can, like, loot the area. CIG, please don't announce creatures. See, this is how someone who actually writes for real posts. This is a real fucking person, maybe. Just thought here would like, yeah, see, not even bother capitalizing the first word in the sentence. Just a thought here. I would like it if CIG did not announce new creatures when we're going to drop them into the game. Let the players discover them. Let us be explorers. I mean, it's part of the game, right? I feel like seeing the game, it could be now. I feel like we're seeing the game for what it can be now, so give the players a reason to do some exploration, even to find a new creature. Just a thought. Just a though. Sure, why not? Like, I don't agree with your... I don't agree with your perspective, but I can appreciate it, right? I made it... yeah. I agree. Right? Sometimes it's best just to drop things into the game without telling us it, telling what the fuck it is, and just let players figure it out, because your player base in aggregate, everybody, if you take everybody and smush all their intelligences together, they'll figure it out. CIG could, yeah. I mean, it'll take some time for people to kind of like experiment and figure it out, do YouTube videos and whatnot, but yeah, eventually you'll just figure out how shit works. But a lot of it shows up on the Star Citizens, like their own, their shows and whatnot to advertise the patch and whatnot. I don't know. On one hand, like, I agree with the guy. On the other hand, I disagree with the guy. You know, marketing kind of pushes that shit. And Bigfoot. I remember the Pico Cave. I never found it. But then the cave, it was really boring going to look for, like, the cave shit. Just for, like, whatever the fuck that was. There's an Avenger Titan here. Well, there was an Avenger Titan here. That looked intentional. I guess that guy was done. He just wanted to, like... That is an option. Like, you could just, like, blow your ship up and then fast travel back someplace when you're done dropping off things. I think I mentioned that on, like, the, there was no Pico Cave. Even better. Even a better reason not to search for that shit. CIG was just straight up trolling you. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. I was like, that was like a thing when I was doing the collection event. I went out to, like, what is it, New Babbage, to turn in some of the stuff I had collected. And then I just realized, wait, but I could just fast travel back to, like, the area I was mining out of. Because my spawn point is still set there. And it's just like, the only thing that's going to stop me from doing that is just, like, a sense of, like, fair play. You know, you get the mission done, and it's just like, well, I turned in everything I wanted to turn in, so I'm just going to go back to doing mining. So, press and hold backspace to fast travel. There we go, that's probably good enough. Like, okay, so my problem with the Trail of Benihenge shit, there was no... After 3.0, there was real no way to find Benihenge. With 2.0, 2.5, 2.6, you could follow the lights to Benihenge. They had like a series of asteroids set up where you can actually follow it to it. The data pads, at least the ones I found, just kind of mentioned the existence of Benihenge, but didn't give you an exact location. It just is somewhere in the yellow asteroid belt. That's all you really got from it. Kind of close to Grimhex. But yeah, there needs to be more stuff like that. You're right, Ranprid. There needs to be like data pads and audio logs of stuff you could find in the verse. World building outside of it, outside of their YouTube and Twitch channel, like inside Star Citizen, actually inside Star Citizen, there needs to be like hints that stuff is going on and like give players a reason to explore, like, I don't know, the yellow asteroid belt. Some sister asteroid thing, which again worked. I think you had to. I think you. Well, so if I remember correctly, the data pads referred to the three sisters, which are the moons of Crusader, Daymar, Yella, and Selen. And there's like this. The fuck? You destroyed or something? What the hell happened to you? Why can't I move? Okay, I can, like, free look. Okay, let's exit and try. Let's get in again, I guess. So, like, I remember reading those data logs, and there was no real hints to where Benihenge was, besides it was in Yella's asteroid belt, because it was one of the three sisters. It was a story for Baba or something was the name. It was a Jump Point article that had a cute little story in it about the three sisters traveling with their grandma or some horseshit. I didn't get that Jump Point, so I don't know what exactly the story's all about. There may be more hints in there. But that's how, like, the three moons of Crusader got named. But yeah, there's a bunch of data pads scattered throughout. There was one at Grimhex. There was one in Grimhex's bar. There was like 2 or 3 in like the hab of the artist that actually built Benihenge, and there was like one at Security Post Karaya, if I remember correctly. This was like 3.0, 3.5-ish. Long time ago. I can't remember when they got rid of those data pads. I think they may still exist at Grimhex, too. There's probably some other ones I'm missing. I mean, yeah, if you can find it on your own, that's great, but considering the size of like the scale we're dealing with, it's very difficult to find anything like that in Star Citizen, especially considering rendering distances. You had to get really close to the Benihenge asteroid to actually like see Benihenge. Well, one of the cool things about the Benihenge asteroid, it was a specific asteroid that was like pretty obvious once you saw it. Also, it didn't stream out. It didn't have like LOD. It wasn't like the other asteroids around Yella where they'd actually like stream out or they have like different LODs. It was a hero location. And as a result, its LODs were pretty obvious when you saw it from far enough away. Same with Grimhex. You can see Grimhex from like the ground on Yella. One of these days, we should probably go back to Benihenge, see if we can find it. I used to have directions written down on a pad. Well, I probably still do. Hey, New Fire. How's it going, my guy? How's life? How's the poutine? This is my life right now. Sure. Let me just open my CD-ROM tray and you can fax me over a slice. Be right over. Fun fact, Vertigo is allergic to wheat. I've realized that I've been eating a rice and vegetable diet for so long that my wheat allergy has gotten a lot more worse over the years. I went out to breakfast with my mom, and we went to IHOP and had some pancakes, and I ended up throwing up everything later that night. I'm like, oh yeah, I don't eat pancakes all the time anymore. So Vertigo cannot eat pizza anymore, unless you want him to watch Vertigo throw up a couple hours later. But I know they have, like, alternatives to, like, you know, pizza crust. I know, one guy I was hanging out with a long time ago, he served a pizza that was on cauliflower instead of bread. And it was actually pretty decent. Like, you can kind of tell, but it wasn't that big of a difference. They basically just grind up cauliflower and you know, use like some sort of binding agent to help keep it all together, like egg or something. The problem with rice-based flour or rice-based dough is that it doesn't. It's not quite as good as like wheat-based flour. There are some differences, and you got to be careful when you substitute rice flour for like wheat flour. It doesn't rise like you'd expect it to, because rice doesn't have a lot of gluten in it, so the yeast doesn't get a lot of food. So I'd make pizza crust out of turkey. Why don't we just forego the bread altogether and just like meat and cheese? Oh, I watched the first hour today, Nubifier. I saw your video. I saw your video up. It was like 7 minutes or some stuff. Yeah, 2 hours to 7 minutes. So I'm watching it. I'm watching it 1 hour at a time to make it a little bit more digestible. Meat, cheese on cardboard. So tomorrow we're gonna watch the next hour of the Benoit interview that Jared did. I mean, there really wasn't much to talk about. It was basically like, here's the stuff we want to do. Here's the stuff here's the stuff we want to fix. And then it was just them glad-handing themselves about how much stuff they fix and how well everything works. compared to like how the nightmare of like previous versions of Star Citizen. They're yeah, I mean like which is fine. Like you don't have to have like Star Citizen lives that are built for like us, the content creators. You can have it built for people that, hey, this is your first Star Citizen live. Let's cover like some of the crap we've done already. But they're really like 2 hours of this them like, oh yeah, we recognize that the chat system, right? That's kind of where we left off. Like the chat system, it's old and decrepit and we'd like to replace it. It's on the to-do list. Right? And that's literally most of the episode we watched. Oh yeah, we'd like to replace that. That's on the to-do list. We don't know, we can't say when. Also, we're working to replace the transit system with the transport system. But we also have a strike team dedicated to fix the current transit system we have because we can't get rid of it. It's too valuable the way it is. It's used everywhere in our game. Exactly, the chat system that CIG's never bothered to like really update. Well, I take that back. They did update it to allow you to copy and paste large chunks of text. So if you want to annoy people, go to all here. So you can go to like ipsum lorem text, lorem ipsum text generator here, right? And you can have let's see, we want to generate 15 paragraphs of lorem ipsum text, and then we're going to copy paste this into our chat. I got banned for doing this. I got a chat ban for doing this exact thing. There we go. Oops, I didn't want to do that. Control V. There you go. Yeah, and it still lets you still lets you copy paste 15 para. Still lets you copy paste 15 paragraphs of lore ipsum text. I don't know why the fuck you need to be able to copy paste that much text into our chat client, but it does. Yeah, you can't even scroll up and read everything I pasted. Please do .jpg. Wait, is there an ASCII version of that? No, stop. Don't. Oh, yeah, that one. No, stop. So, yeah, like, you could... Oh, my God. They're already the chat client is already starting. I know, right? Like, I swear to God, YouTube stream chats, Twitch stream chats, IRC, like, has so much more better functions than the chat we have in Star Citizen. I feel like there's, like, off-the-shelf products that CIG could have bootstrapped into Star Citizen that just would have been better. The battle cruiser will be 10K. No. They need to have the battle cruiser cost $30,000, right? Because the Derek Smart game battle cruiser Right, what was it? No, 3,000 AD. It needs to be $3,000. To homage of Derek Smart. Early adopter price, 30,000 for our battle cruiser. Yeah. Well, Derek Smart was basically, he's a trust fund baby. He didn't need to make any money in his life. He didn't have to work a day in his life. He just spent his mom's money. Oh my fucking god, game, please. I think it's one of those things where you don't want to invoke like Derek Smart more than Chris Roberts has to. They already had a problem with him like doxing his kids when they were going to like high school. Because apparently like shit posting on the internet gets a little too real. When video games are afoot. Oh yeah, it was. They actually sent him a cease and desist letter that Chris Roberts fired up the lawyers. I think I have the cease and desist letter fucking on my hard drive. Let's see if I can find it. This was like back before AI was like taking off. I don't know if I kept it. I thought I did. I had a whole folder dedicated to Derek Smart. There it is. This piece of shit. "90 days tops." Why can't I hold this projection? Basically, this was like back in 2000. The entire Star Citizen project on the verge of collapse for real this time. This was when Derek Smart got his fucking account refunded. During our Kickstarter, dear Mr. Smart, during our Star Citizen crowdfunding campaign on Kickstarter, you entered a pledge for the Rear Admiral Award at an amount of $250. As you know, the Kickstarter rules provide in Section 5 you can refund individual pledges if you want. After the project's been funded, you can cancel refunding backer pledge any time. If you do, you have to further application specific backer and an agreement exists between you. Please be advised, we have canceled your pledge and terminated your ISI account pursuant to the above referenced Kickstarter rule. And an alternative pursuant to Section XXS of their terms of service, you have been deprived of follow-ship address for your account, Derek Smart 3080 Incorporated. Unless you advise us differently, address by EOB Thursday, July 14th. Refund check will be mailed for going to the foregoing address July 15th, 2015. They straight up got tired of his shit. They just sent him his fucking money back and said, fuck off. He took his game down from stream. No, I don't have the drama. I thought I did. I thought I had the cease and desist letter. Shit was getting, like, disgusting with Derek Smart. He was starting all sorts of shit. Surprised that didn't fall through the fucking floor. Are you kidding me? Just fucking go. There you go. Jesus Christ. Gotta pick somewhere to live, dipshit. Yep, even the Crytek lawsuit is old news. There was a bunch of people thought the lawsuit would fucking end CIG. Didn't. They're still around. Who knows what the fuck happened there. Probably will never see the light of day, that lawsuit. At least what the settlement was about. But it's dog shit on the ultra wide screen. I have no idea how this thing works on like an actual ultra wide. Like, what's wrong with it? Alright, and we're done. Can't wait to get this collection part over. I guess I could, like, Google it. Nah, nothing. Yeah, I could, yeah, EBK, I could see that. Even on my screen, like, I literally have to, like, rotate, use the free look, to look elsewhere. Oh, and we're missing one container somehow. Never not having all the containers. Because one container gets eaten by whatever. Hello? I delivered the supplies. Give me kind of confirmation. It's probably... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, there it is. There was one left. I thought I got them all, but apparently that one just, like, blended in. But yeah, when I use the Atlas, I have a key on my mouse that allows me to free look left and right. I just hold down a button on my mouse and I can just look left and right, up, down. And that allows me to like actually place cargo, because the Atlas shit goes right into your face. Just covers up your eyeballs. Less than ideal. It's nice to have some sort of wireframe thingy. Of the crate you're holding, so you can see through the crate to see where you're gonna place it. Make the crate transparent. Hey, there we go. Let's see, where are we at? I think it was this one. We're at 4471, I think was the last check. Last check-in. So now we're at 4756. We're almost at 50%. Uh, 5, 6, subtract. Four, 4, 7, 1. So we made 280. Let me go double check my my numbers here. And try to remember what the hell we got for that. So yeah, it looks like the small ones are better because they go faster, just like the collection ones. So we're at 11, 9, 44, 5, 3, 5, 3, 5, subtract 11, 6, 8, 6, 7, 8, 5. We made, of course, 200,000. I don't want money, I just want to complete this shit. So that, just spamming out the small ones. Easier to load shit. Faster turnaround. I mean, if I could load 16 SU containers instead of the 8s, it would have been so much more easier. But that's not the point. CIG really wants you to go slow and grind. You have to grind. It is required. The grind is required. It's part of the MMO experience. Alright, so... fuck me. Yeah, I could sling like an 868 SU box into a ship much faster with a size 2 quantum drive, like a C1 or something, and I can make more progress per minute, at least points wise. I mean, sure, you're not making nearly as much money, but you are. You're making more progress on the points totals. Oh my god. Let's take a look what we got. Tisa Spaceport to Bajini Points. That's really far. Wrecker Memorial to L5, first and L5. Where is L5? It's not where we're at right now, is it? It's like curl 5. That's actually that's pretty close. So if you do Bajini Point to L5. Subsonic Meat is new to the game. Can you explain the event that's going on? Yes, I can. So we have a case of bone-eating mold. If you wanted some lore behind this, we have a case of bone. Everybody, yeah. There's more of the bone-eating vertigo, but the bone-eating part of the mold is the most interesting part of the mold. So we have a disease, a mold that eats bones. An outbreak of it at the new city we have in the Nick system. Levski was just added recently. And so the current event is we have to deliver medical supplies to various locations because the bone plague is spreading. Mostly it's Levski, right? In the Nick system has the problem, but it's starting to spread outside of Levski, so we're having to deliver medical supplies and like samples to like research outposts so they can examine, what is it, the malaria mold or something? Come on now, you can scroll. You can scroll if you want to. Love this. Where is it? What's the name of this stupid stuff? Medical supplies. There's a lot of medical supplies deliveries. Molina mold treatment. So there's a lot of, like, you have to deliver medical supplies. All these sick patients are over at Levski. You have to deliver them back to Microtech to get treatment. There's also dead people that can be delivered to Microtech, so you can, like, do autopsies on them to take samples and figure out what killed them, so we can learn more about the disease. And so there's also supplies you have to go gather and bring them to various places so they can build, like, filters or build treatment and whatnot, so you can go out, do some mining and salvaging and trading as well, because they need, like, you know, filter housings to be made, and that takes a lot of metal because they're building a lot of different air filters and, you know, life support kind of stuff. We got through the collection phase a while ago. So we look at the Alliance 8 event here. There is a collection which we got finished, which was basically just go out and buy metals and deliver them to places that are going to manufacture the filters and the medicines and whatnot. You can either go buy them from places that are already mining it. Spoilers, there's not very much in supply because everybody's buying this stuff up. Or you can do what we did and we can just mine this stuff. You go out to where the material exists. You take your mining ship out there. You mine the asteroid, the rocks on the ground, and you can collect laranite, bexlite, borax. This is what we were... I had the notes written down, but I got rid of them because we were done. So either through trading or mining, you can get this one done. The transport one is they have medical supplies, they have sick patients, dead patients that need to be delivered all around the verse, and it's up to you to deliver that stuff. That's currently what we're working on. And then, of course, they have defense, where they have NPCs that are delivering this stuff up here to various places, and they need your help to either recover the stuff because pirates disabled the ship, or pirates are currently trying to disable the ship, and they want you to go out there and shoo away the pirates. And we do have a reward structure for this. Why would people do this, you may ask? Do they have it in announcements, actual lifelines for Levski? It's called Clear in the Air, lifelines for Levski. They got a bunch of different names for it. Where is it? There it is. That's the roadmap roundup. Clear in the Air, FAQ. So what is the reward structure? So here's the rewards. You have rewards. You get three different things you get for, like, completing each various, like the collection, the transport, the defense. Defense gets you, like, a cool little armor piece, some guns, and a skin for, like, the paladin. Collection gets you, you know, some armor pieces, a face mask, and a skin for the Hermes. And the transport gets you an armor piece, a tractor beam, and a skin for the raft. And then if you get everything completed 100%, you get an armor set, a skin for the Asgard. I think that's an Asgard. I think that's for the Hermes. I think. Because the Apollo and the Hermes share kind of the same chassis. They look kind of alike from this distance. And then, well, at 100%, you get the Polaris skin, a cool red medical tool, and a crafting thingamabobber. This is new. This is like the first time we've seen this. And that's why a lot of people are doing this, because they really, really want this crafting bin. All these other rewards are kind of like, take it or leave them. I don't really need these guns. I could, the ship weapons they're offering right here behind my head. Like, I could buy these in game if I want to. I'm a millionaire, and those guns aren't that expensive. This red multi-tool would be pretty cool. But these ship skins, I don't own any of these ships myself, so I really don't care. This tractor beam, this 200 tractor beam would be nice, because it's going to be something that's account bound. But that's it. That's the event that's going on right now. So we're hauling merchandise is our current objective. We're grinding through that. That's the Cliff Notes version. The elevator pitch of the high level, low level overview. Oh, I should probably get some fuel before I leave. Subsonic Meat, thanks for that follow. I appreciate it. All right, we're out. So we're gonna head back to Area 18. Go over to Bajani Point. That has to be a reclaimer. It is! How did I know? The really bright headlights. Probably doing some salvaging out here. Let's go a BJ point. I'm pretty sure, well, since I'm empty, I could just go straight to ArcCorp. I'm not too worried about getting interdicted. So yeah, as we found out, doing the lower level missions gives you more progress. If you want more money, I don't even know about that, because I'd have to like start getting like a stopwatch out and start timing things to see how fast it takes to complete all these routes, and see if it's like is it worth it to like, is it really worth it to like do the big cargo hauls? Takes a lot longer to deliver everything and manually undo take stuff out. And the smaller cargo hauls, they're faster to do. So if you can get a faster turnaround, we could in theory just make more money that way, because you're so much faster. I think there was a contract for one from Bajini Point. There's supposed to be like special missions that show up every so often. That's TISA. That's on the opposite side of the system. You want to do Riker Memorial to Hurston L5, I believe. This one doesn't have a price on it. Millennium Mold, International Spaceport, Tarkborp L1. Again, that's Millennium Mold treatment. August Dunlow with his Orison to Krill 4. Orison's a really pain in the ass to get out of. Everest Harbor to Levski. Levski, New Babbage to Seraphim Station. Here's the vital package. So I probably want to do that one from Riker. Riker to L5. I'll probably slip into like a Crusader L1, the Wicklow one. If I can remember where the hell I put it.
Quantum travel complete.
That thing would be a lot better fit for these smaller missions instead of this big guy. Or we could take the Hermes out, too. Because we do have a Hermes. Oh, my God.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
All right. Let's see what we got here. Wait, 90 jump. That is a Polaris, looks like. Captain Heavy Boom. Joshua Michael, thanks for that Twitch follow. Appreciate it. Nope, that's not a Polaris. That's a Perseus. All right. Can we get a landing this far out? Oh, we also have the chance to change out the skin. I equipped the wrong skin to this thing when I fled Area 18. This guy's getting a little close. Probably want to give him a little bit more room to maneuver. Excuse me, sir, do you have a room? A room? Yes, a room. Oh, a room. Yes, that is what I said, a room. Nobody's gonna get that, Vertigo. Absolutely nobody watching you has seen that movie. Nobody knows who the Pink Panther is. Because the Pink Panther's not a person. It's a diamond. Ah, Vok knows. Okay. Vok, you're instantly and forever my favorite person. Jacques Cousteau, yep. Oh, I don't know how to spell it either. All right, so we're down. Yeah, we're cool. All right. I don't know. I could probably call up my mom and say, hey, Mom, you want to go watch the Pink Panther together? And she'd probably say, yes, I love the Pink Panther. I haven't seen it in years. One of the few movies that we were allowed to watch as a family. So we've seen it a bunch of times. Does your dog? No, my dog does not bite. Goes down to pet the dog. Dog bites him. I thought you said the dog did not bite. That is not my dog. Oh, who could forget his Kato? Was Kato like his valet or just like a personal trainer? I guess he instructed this guy to attack him so he could stay on his feet at all times. So you just have like random ass moments in the movie where Jacques Cousteau is being attacked by a dude. Kato took his job very seriously.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
All right, so don't tell me it's going to be destroyed. Yeah. What the fuck is with this ship? Like, it's just...
Please visit us again.
It's cursed. Like, it's just labeled, it's just flagged as... It's just flagged as destroyed. Like, I can't store it. I could probably pull something else out. How about the Hermes? Where is you at? Where are you at, Hermes? Levski. Well, no, you're not. You're coming back from Levski. We're gonna pay the expedite fee because I got money. How about the C1? Where's the C1 at? Pearl 1 Green Glade Station. Ah, because we were shipping out materials.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
Which is weird. The Hermes and the C1 have exactly the same expedite timer. They're both like 2 minutes. But one is vastly different in size. Like, the Hermes is so much bigger than the C1.
Please visit us again.
Yeah, I know, EPK. I don't know what it is with this ship. It is this ship specifically. That is the problem. Like, it's, I don't know. Like, it just does not want to store. Everywhere I've taken this thing, it's just like, you go check on the storage. I don't know. Let's pull out an anvil arrow. Let's see if that causes, and it's not. I know it's going to happen before it happens. But it's going to send the elevator down, and the C2 is going to come back up on top of the arrow. Let's get some more. Let's get some more water. And they'll probably have to end up, like, claiming the insurance on the C2, which is fine. Like, there's nothing inside the C2 I'm particularly attached to. Even the Atlas. I could just, the insurance claim on the Atlas is so short. Who cares? Who cares if you lose one? Nope, now it's doing that. I take that back. It actually works. Cool. Now, what happened to the C2? That's the real question. Did it actually store the C2 or did it destroy it? Watch it stored. All right. Okay. Don't know how that fucking works. I'm not a gameplay programmer. I don't fucking program shit. I'm having a hard enough time trying to figure out how DaVinci Resolve works and edit videos. I don't know if I've had time for this shit in my life to figure out how other things work. What else are we gonna do? Well, we could change the skin on the C2 to something that is actually appropriate. Something I actually want to fly with. We want the Invictus blue and gold. I like the blue, but I also like the blue and gold. Insert, like, the Top Gear meme of, this is good, but this is better. Right?
This, well, I brought this because I like it.
Well, hang on, you've just...
No, I like it. This is brilliant, but I like this. Let me put it to you this way, Hammond. You can buy better dogs than my West Highland Terrier, but I like my West Highland Terrier. Yes, it bites the postman, and it lays dog eggs all over the kitchen, and it steals food, but it's brilliant, and it goes, ah, ah. If this had ears, it'd go like that.
There you go. I think the blue and gold library is better. Brilliant. All right, so we got all that. So we're gonna get a smaller ship here. Something a little bit more discreet.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval
Like the
system.
C1 or the actually the Hermes, because the Hermes is a thing we're doing right now.
Vehicle select. Your vehicle has been. Please visit us.
Make sure that we don't get everything back up at the same time. Okay, everything looks copacetic. Everything looks all right. I think we've upgraded everything on this as well. Who was that? Who was the guy playing Pink Panther all those years ago back in the 1970s, 80s? It was Peter Sellers, I think, right? I have to look it up. IMDb. It was 2006. Yeah, fuck that one. Yeah, Peter Sellers. Yeah, Peter Sellers. He did Jacques Cousteau. See, I know things. I know things. Vertigo knows things. All right. Also, I know there's an elevator up here somewhere. I just gotta remember where the stupid switch is. Ah. Let's just press the button on our stream deck.
Welcome to Public Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check.
I don't know. I don't know why I raised the landing gear.
Landing gear raised. Landing gear deployed.
Go. Also, one of the few ships in the game where having the landing gear down is probably beneficial because it makes the ship a little bit smaller. All right.
Engines are off. Landing complete.
Just a tiny bit smaller. We could send down the retract the rails. Hello? I do like the rail retraction. And another thing I like about this ship, I don't quite like how the engineering terminals hid behind this fucking wall. I think they could have done a better job there. But we can open the door system. Click on this door, lock it open, click on this door, and lock it open as well. There we go. Wonderful. Okay, it just took a minute. Interaction is taking a while. Probably should have turned on the beam first. Power on. Enter the beam. Extend the beam. Turn off VJoy mode. Grab things. Nah, just whatever, just go there. Oh my god, like, it is so slippery. There we go. We really could have gone with a smaller ship here. Whatever. Get far more point progress with this other ship.
Engines on. Takeoff complete. Collision alert. Front. Landing gear raised. You are clear to launch.
All right. Oh, we gotta wait 100 seconds. What a pain in the butt.
Collision alert. High.
Activate more shields, I guess.
Shields are on.
I feel like we could power down some of the coolers. The sunrise looks massive, hilariously massive.
Already been granted. Thank you, and please visit again.
All right, let's make sure we don't run into anybody. What is that? It's a raft, I think? Yeah. Dun, dun, dun. What is that above us?
Thank you, and please visit again.
That's Idris. Dun, dun, dun. Just gotta keep going. I don't understand why I don't have free look capabilities. I have to hold down the button to look around. You probably should enter quantum. Cool, it turns that off. Cancel? Okay. There we go. What the hell was that all about? Hello? Oh, away we go. Alright, so what else we got? Lorem ipsum text, we don't need that. Don't announce creatures. We take 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Nick's pandemic, you're not asking the right questions. Alright, put on your tinfoil hats. How's it for a minute actually connect the dots? So-called viral pandemic Nix is just an accident. It's not bad luck, it's policy. First, let's talk about timeline nobody wants to talk about. First, a brand new company shows up out of nowhere and suddenly Nix. One is being terraformed, a rock that's barely viable, now magically suitable for long-term habitation. We're supposed to believe it just happened. Second, air and environmental filters are used across Nix Station, are produced by Geisen Incorporated UE-based manufacturer, a long history of cutting corners, documented issues, quiet settlement, slap-on fixes, yet those systems protected Nix civil. Yet these are the systems protecting the Nix civilians. I mean, sounds like, yeah, they're just gonna, like, kill off all the Levski guys and resettle the system. Third, once terraforming begins, UE suddenly has a strategic interest in Nix, add a rising vandal activity, and surprise systems now too important to ignore. Fourth, during the last mission chain, to get more information on the vandal threat, Intersect operatives were active in the air under routine pretenses. That's when the fungus appeared. Do you really think the timing's coincidence? Fifth, let's talk about Alliance A, the feel-good humanitarian effort. Everyone praises. Look closer. Their rescue pods could be locating people, Alliance members in UE space, less population Levski, fewer dissenters, all under the banner of helping civilians. 6, newly discovered resources in Rock Cracker Station turn out to be essential to UE industry and military logistics. Yeah, I'm willing to bet that they're going to fold Levski into the United Empire of Earth at some point in the future. It's not going to become an independent backwater station. That's going to be a thing. The fight for Levski. The fight for Nix or something. Something like that.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
There it is. Drop our landing gear. Did they have a fight for... Yeah, they did. They had the fight for Pyro. That was like Citizens for Prosperity with Headhunters versus like the terrorist organization, the Freedom Fighters. The not terrorists.
Landing complete.
Engines are off.
All right. It feels really weird not having like the ability to free look with your mouse. I can do it when I'm not in the seat. I wonder if I have something to do with my joysticks. All right, we'll just hand unload all this crap. It's only like 6 boxes. Alright, sitting that down. Need to take a... I think I already have a screenshot of what I was at. Take this one. Paste that in there. Okay, cool. I have an idea of what it's going to give us. But yeah, this is so much quicker. Time-wise. May not make a lot of money. I don't care. We should get 50% credit for that mission. Because we're just like right on the cusp. Nope. No 50%er. Rep level. No, it's journal. We're so close. Okay, so yeah, we have one more mission. So what do we have? We're at 490. $491. 4981. Subtract 4756. 225 points. Yeah, so happening at 47. So one more mission, we get to 50%. Over 50%. Definitely thinking like just hooking up with everybody and just doing like small cargo runs everywhere. Best way to pound this out. We're almost up to 70%. More than halfway. Then we could probably do some defense missions. Alright, let's throw the ship. Let's head out. Vertigo's gonna head out a little early. It's a nice day outside. I want to get some fresh air. Plus, I'm hungry. Get some food. And I got stuff to work on outside the stream as well. Get some videos done. Get that Clipper video. Let's slap her down there. Send that elevator back up. Store this thing here, and we can log out when it goes down. We can figure out what we're doing tomorrow.
Your vehicle has been placed.
Hey, no problem, Subsonic Meat. Yeah, we'll be back up tomorrow, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Pacific. That is our usual time for streaming more Star Citizen. We do have a new Star Citizen short, How to Zigzag, coming up on the channel as well. So for those of you who are new to Star Citizen and don't know how to do the technique, the video's, like I said, it's a short. The video is 2 minutes long. It explains how to zigzag, why you want to zigzag. I could literally just tell you, like right now. It's one of those too long didn't watch videos, but it's designed for new players that don't know how to protect themselves from interdiction. All right, let's find someone to host here on Twitch. Hit refresh. Who's doing what? Thornburg, streaming some Star Citizen. Let's go raid Thornburg. All right. There we go. So I hope we'll see you all tomorrow. If not, enjoy your weekend. It is Saturday here in just a few little bits. We made it. It's the weekend, everybody. It's the weekend.